हेलो चेक। हेलो हेलो।
Hello.
Hello.
He or she. Hello. What's his name?
Hello.
ನವೀನ.
ಮೇಡಮ್ ಆಡಿಯೋಬಲ್ ಮಾ
ನವೀನ್ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಪ್ಪ?
ಮೇಡಮ್.
ಹಲೋ
ಮೇಡಮ್.
ನವೀನ್,
ಮೇಡಮ್
ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಯು
ಆಡಿಯೋಬಲ್.
ಹಿಯರ್ ಮೀ?
ಎಸ್ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಆಡಿಯೋಬಲ್.
ಅಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರು ಮತ್ತೊಬ್ರು. ಹಲೋ
ಹಲೋ.
ನವೀನ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಫಾರಿನ್ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ, ನೀವ್ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅಂತ. ಸುಷ್ಮಿತಾ, can you call those two online people, please?
Yeah, I already sent them. It's just now.
No, just what they whether they
Leave.
join.
Yeah,
Because we need to check it.
I just sent them.
No, that's fine, Sushmita.
Rejoin.
Yeah. Whether they have responded, ask them to
Dear
join.
colleagues, you have.
You have one night.
Oh, she's also trying to connect them.
Okay.
Zoom link. They already several times we sent them.
Take
Yeah,
care, that's right.
yes.
So what? Don't want any technical glitches in between, so they can log in and stay over the session. So whenever their
No,
turn
they-
comes, they have to log in now only 1 hour before. That's the instructions. Because in between, if something happens, no, we don't want any risk.
This is Mustafa from Bangladesh.
Barina or some the person. Yeah. Bianca.
I think she's joining online.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
You just tell her that please join before 1 hour, otherwise she will not.
Hello. Hello. ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ?
ಇಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ಮ್ಯೂಟ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ನಿಮ್ದು. ಈಗ ಮಾತಾಡಿ ಈಗ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದ್ ನಿಮಿಷ. ಈಗ ಮಾತಾಡಿ. ಅಂತಮ್ನ ಆನ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಹೋಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡ್ದವ್ರು ಆನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಮಾತಾಡಿ ತಿರ್ಗ. ಹಲೋ ಮಾತಾಡಿ. ಮೈಕ್ರೋಫೋನ್ ಸೆಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಸರ್. ಆ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಬರ್ಬೇಕು. ನಿಮ್ದು ಮೈಕ್ರೋಫೋನ್ ಸೆಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮೈಕ್ರೋಫೋನು ಅದು ಇದು ಬರುತ್ತೆ ನೋಡಿ, ರಿಯಲ್ ಟೆಕ್ ಅಂತ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ನವೀನ್ ಜಿ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? ನಿಮ್ದು ಮೈಕ್ರೋಫೋನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ರಿಯಲ್ ಟೆಕ್ ಅಂತ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಅದನ್ನ ಸೆಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಸರ್ ನೀವು ಲೋಕಲ್ದು ಪ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡಿ ಆಡಿಯೋ. ಲೋಕಲ್ ಪ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ನೋಡಿ.
ಹಲೋ ವಿನಯ್ ಈಗ
ಇಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ತಲ್ಲ ಬಿಡಿ ಬಿಡಿ ನಾವು ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಒಂದೇ ನಿಮಿಷ ಹಂಗಿಲ್ಲ ಹಿಂದೆ.
Recording there is where to consider or you have. Now you have then you are.
ಈಗ ಮಾತಾಡಿ ಹಿಂಗ್ ಮಾತಾಡಿ
ಹಲೋ
ಮಾತಾಡಿ.
ಹಲೋ
ಹಾ ಓಕೆ ಬಿಡಿ ಓಕೆ
Vinay,
ಓಕೆ.
Vinay ಅಲ್ಲ ನವೀನ್.
ಹಾ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್.
ನವೀನ್ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಪ್ಪ?
ಹಾ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
ಓಕೆ ಓಕೆ.
Foolishness.
What are their names actually?
Is Bianca Kramer and Evan Smart. Yeah. Bianca Kramer didn't have this problem. They're here, no? But who reported? Actually,
Yeah, he is here. One here is here already. Brett, Brett is the rapporteur in this session. Brett, sir, one ನಿಮಿಷ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ. Yes, ಚಂದ್ರಶೇಖರ್ ಅಷ್ಟು. ವಿನಯ್ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಾ? ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಆ ರೂಮಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಬಂತು. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರು. They spoke. ಅಲ್ಲಾದ್ರು ಇದ್ರದ್ದು ಇದೇ ಲಿಂಕ್ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಾ? ಈ ಲಿಂಕ್ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಾ? Sushmita, have you sent the link from him here? This hall link we have to send. But they joined there.
yeah. But I take the email from Ellen. I don't have the email from Ellen John, so I cannot send it.
Yes, she should be having. Hello. Priyanka, let's hold it.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great, I can hear you as well.
And even though
Oh,
I'm
I do.
not supposed to speak the mic. Wait a sec.
Yes.
Wait a second. This
Yes, there is a double. No. Okay, is it okay now, Bianca? Can you hear me well?
Yes, I can hear you okay, and the echo is gone, so that looks good.
Thank you. And do you want to try your screen?
Yeah,
So
sure.
wait a second because we cannot see it yet here in at the venue. Oof.
So,
So we should see the presentation. Yeah,
yes, yeah,
that's perfect. I think that everything works.
yeah, I think so too. So I will stop sharing for now.
Just I see that there is a delay with the video, Bianca. So
Yes.
the important thing is the voice. So the voice seems like it's working, but for the video you will see us a little bit slower. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Is that an issue with the presentation? Because in that
No,
case, you could.
no,
Okay.
it's not. The important thing is our voice. Listen,
Okay.
because she's online. Do you want to put Bianca at the beginning?
If possible, yeah, but I could, but I also am very happy to be where
Yeah. What?
I am.
You prefer to wait?
Yeah, I don't mind actually. But I had
Okay.
planned to sort of refer back to earlier speakers, but I can also go first and it could
Okay,
go
no,
the other way
it's
around.
up to
Whatever you
Sushmita.
prefer in the program.
Sushmita, it's up to you.
Okay, no, I really I will come. After you.
Okay, so we follow this.
The schedule. Yeah.
Yeah, let me confirm to her. Bianca, we follow the agenda as it is.
Okay, that's perfect. Thank
I'll
you.
talk to you later. Ciao.
Talk to you. Good luck.
ವಾಯ್ಸ್ ಬಂತ
ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ
ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ತೆಗಿತಾರೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅವ್ರು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ?
My name is Shushmita and I am here today as chair of this session. I'm the director of the Agriculture Information Center. And also I serve as Planis ambassador, advocating for the transition to a world where knowledge is a shared public good. And it is my great honor to serve as chair for the session now. As we open this session on metadata standards, interoperability, and PIDs, I want us to think of these tools not as technical hurdles, but as instruments of equity. A standardized metadata schema ensures that a paper on sustainable agriculture published in Dhaka or Jakarta is just discoverable as anywhere in the world. So we are here today to talk about the digital glue of our ecosystems, metadata, interoperability, and persistent identifiers. In recurring challenge, we can remove the paywalls to research, but if that research cannot be found, indexed, or connected globally, it remains invisible. Open access without interoperability is a bridge that leads to nowhere. To help us build that bridge, we have assembled a panel that connects the global, the regional, and the individual. Our discussion today brings together voices from key international organizations, infrastructure providers to explore the future of open access. Without any further ado, let me introduce our esteemed panelists. Speaker into introductions. Ima Subrata-Skoll, our first presenter is Ima Subrata-Skoll. Ima is the Senior Knowledge and Information Management Officer at the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. She has been a leading force in promoting agricultural data standards and enhancing the visibility of research in the global south. And next, Lautaro Matas. We have Lautaro Matas, the Executive and Technical Director of LA Referencia. Lautaro is a key figure in the development of open science infrastructure across Latin America, focusing on the interoperability of institutional repositories. And she's representing Cornelia Course from Crossref, and she's the Madhura American. So we also welcome her in this panel. And we have two panelists in online. I see Binaka Kramer. We are also pleased to join here in online. Hello. And she is the executive director of the Barcelona Declaration on Open Research Information. She is a renowned advocate for openness in scholarly metadata and has been instrumental in shaping the transition toward open research information. And we have also one, no, maybe she's not joining, Ellen, please. Anyway, if we don't know if she's joining, we will welcome her. Ellen, please. She is supposed to joining us, and she is the senior director of Library and Information Services and Eastern Boards University and board member of ORCID, and also she was the IFLA chair. I think she's joining us soon. And now we'll start our first presentation. And I think, Ima, you will start your presentation now. Sorry, the rapporteurs, I should.
Okay. While Thank you. Can you hear me well? Okay, perfect. So while we are waiting for the slides, yeah, I'm going to focus on all the work that FAO is doing in promoting metadata standards and interoperability principles, particularly in anything that has to do with fair data. This is not mine. Mine is called metadata standards. And okay, I can, in any case, I have the presentation here, so I can start. So, right, I'm not sure how many of you know this is not mine. So I don't know how many of you know about Food and Agriculture Organization of United Nations. Anybody knows about FAO in the room? Can you simply raise your hand just for me to understand? Okay. So FAO is one of the specialized agencies in the UN and is very much metadata. I don't see very well. Yes. Metadata standards, interoperability, and persistent identification. Okay. It's called metadata standards, interoperability, and persistent identifiers. No, this is Lautaro.
Before that one.
Can you name the title of your
See, metadata standards, interoperability. I don't see because I don't have the right glasses. I'm afraid that it's not there because I sent you don't have it there. Send the I sent a
See over there, rapporteur, you can.
Metadata standards, interoperability, persistent identity.
yeah. Do you have it? Okay. Doesn't matter.
Okay, okay, we have two rapporteurs. I just forget to tell their name. One is Brigade Skinner, Senior Policy Officer, Science Europe, and another is Dr. Kalia Banan, Senior Scientist, ICAR is Horticulture Research, Bengaluru. So I am requesting you two people to please note all these things down, and we have the recommendation session. After this discussion, we'll wrap up this session with the help of your notes. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. In the meantime, I go ahead. Okay, can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. In the meantime, I go ahead. Well, not sure how much you know about the UN, but not all the UN headquarters in New York. Okay, there is did you find the presentation? Okay, listen. In order to lose as much time as possible, not to lose, open the one for Lauretano, and I would give the floor to him.
Yeah.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Change of plans. The last one, please. Yes. Okay, I am Lautaro Matas. I am the former executive and technical director of La Referencia. Since the beginning of the year, I am the technical director. And I will present first, I will talk about, the point. Yeah, sorry. I will briefly introduce what La Referencia is. La Referencia is our Latin American plus Spain open science network. It's a regional network formed more than 12 years ago by the governments by signing an agreement to work together towards, at that time, in open access and now recently on open science. So we operate as a shared regional and national platform by developing open software to support the national and regional infrastructures on open science, mostly harvesting and enriching metadata from repositories and journals. Through the federated network, we built a federated network based on national nodes that harvest the institutional sources. And we apply interoperability standards and guidelines such as OpenAir and core vocabularies. So we aggregate and connect, and in that way we give visibility through national and regional portals and an OAPMH harvesting point for other global initiatives such as OpenAir, Core, and so on. So we have been developing different kinds of infrastructure components for our network, and in that way we also enable the discussion, not only technical but on policies, and in order to agree and work together as countries. Do you need to remember that we don't have a European Commission, so or some bigger or regional structure for us to give us like an environment for discussing. So we created La Referencia, especially for the government to discuss on open science. So about the topic of today workshop, I would like to introduce some elements of about the landscape or how we see the metadata and persistent identifier reality, at least in our region. So we have different studies about the metadata quality, especially regarding for using this metadata on advancing on research assessment. And we discovered that the quality, besides that we apply different guidelines and standards, is still, the quality is quite different and even between the different institutions and countries. So we have different levels of completeness and coverage on research outputs, but also on normalization on key dimensions for us, such as, of course, persistent identifiers of researchers and persons, but also the coverage of persistent identifiers on identifying or the research results, such DOIs. So, for example, in our repository network, only 20% of the research outputs has those DOIs. So, and it's similar in the Diamond Journal collections like Redalic and others. So, and this is because having DOIs implies some different kinds of resources for institutions, not only memberships or cost, but also in time, sometimes political even issues on even organizing the payment to an external provider in dollars, different kind of situations that we have in different institutions. So the coverage is slowly growing because the agencies are doing different kind of programs to support Latin America, but even though the coverage is not big. So we have a large collection of metadata, but we have a lot of research outputs that are not covered by that collection, and still, and we have inconsistency in the descriptions. So, and weekly identifier that are, or so the challenge is not the absence of standards. We have the standards to apply, but the structural conditions to implement high quality metadata and persistent identifiers at high scale. So we were working on these issues since La Referencia was created, and in the past years, we started to develop a solution for persistent identifiers for our region. So we took ARC, Archival Resource Key. It's a well-known identifier that is used in another environments, and it's decentralized. And we implemented another layer of decentralization in order to provide the infrastructure for these ARCs as a public good for the institutions without the need of subscribing memberships or paying and relying on the national infrastructures of our countries in order to organize and govern the attribution, the minting of the ARCs. So we started to work on that, and the IVCT, the Brazilian Institute of Science and Technology Information in Brazil, supported by the EBICT itself, but also by the SCOS funding that we got thanks to La Referencia participation in the SCOS family. So we now have an implementation of the ARC working in Brazil, working for the national aggregator with thousands of records minted, ARC identifiers minted. And now, thanks to the new funding, I will talk about that in a moment. We are extending this DARC implementation to the other countries of our region. But it's important to say that the ARC is not planned or designed to be a replacement of DOI. We always say that if they have the possibility to have DOI, it's a good idea to have a DOI on other persistent identifier. This is a complementary infrastructure in terms that we need to have a full coverage of our research output collections with a consistent persistent identifier. And in this way, by building a public good, an infrastructure that everyone can access without barriers, is the way for us to make it. And also the ARC, in this new development, we are designing the persistent layers, preservation layers, sorry, for the metadata, for the enriched metadata that we are working with this project. This new project is funded by the Invest in Open Infrastructure funding. We did the application last year, and we are one of the two initiatives in the world receiving funding, along with UbuntuNet in Africa. So we are working in this new infrastructure project that involves three main components. One is the focus on the metadata. In the coverage of our region, we will now going to cover the entire region, all the countries, not only the member countries of La Referencia. We're working on normalization and quality improvement regarding some dimensions that are important for research assessment, such disciplines and institution normalization, the kind of problem that we have when we try to use metadata for making measure indicators and that kind of things. So, and we also implemented a multilingual semantic discovery layer based on large language model technologies. This technology allows for you to search in more than 100 languages over our collections without the need of translations of the contents. So in this way, we will give visibility, and we allow users all around the world to query our collection. The component B is precisely the DARC implementation and extension to our region. And also we are focused on interoperability of the PID with other ecosystems. And the C is data repository, research data repository for the orphan institutions and researchers in our region. So in this way, we are expecting to improve the metadata quality and the persistent identification and the multilingual visibility of our scientific production in the region, and the long-term preservation, and of course, putting all this metadata, because this is a public good, available for all the people to use. And this is important in terms of the Barcelona Declaration also, to fulfilling. We are now signers of the Barcelona Declaration, so it's important to build this kind of infrastructure and share the metadata and the identifiers for everyone able to use and make the indicators and use it. So we build this and we are keep working on this because our vision is that all the research outputs and the infrastructure that sustain open science should be considered public goods. And I know that non-commercial is implied, but it's always good to mention that needs to be non-commercial. So we can evolve. In fact, we think that from this principle, we need to evolve the open science infrastructure to be in the identifier agnostic, and it's something that we can discuss today about how to turn our all the tools and the way that we interact and we also communicate to the researchers that it's important to have different kind of identifiers, and the ecosystem should consider all of them. Ensure also the interoperability between the different kind of identifiers and systems and metadata standards. And we strongly believe that the way to do this is to make more decentralized and federated infrastructures sustained by the governments, and start to turn the funding from the commercial and private providers into open and public goods infrastructures. So, and we need to integrate all the sources and research outputs, no matter the region, language, or economic capacity. We need to give the possibility to the institutions to have good metadata standards and persistent identifiers. So this reflects the vision of La Referencia, and is guiding this 3-year project that we are building. And of course, all the result of this project will be able for other regions to use. That is part, the technology transfer and the knowledge transfer from this project is also part of the project. So we are open to collaborate and to share the result of this project with other regions, especially the ones in the south. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and Lautara Matters. And it is very inspiring that your Latin America is now in action. You are doing the two things introduce, you see, and later we will discuss. I think we go for another presentation, and it might see your turn now. Next time.
Yeah, well, I will stand up a little bit because it's 20 hours of flying and so, and it's hard. So while we are waiting for the presentation, just to mention that was a good idea actually to move my presentation after Lauretano one, because my presentation is for an international organization and but disciplinary. So I'm going to talk about anything that has to do with agricultural sciences and related sciences covered by FAO, that goes from nutrition, fisheries, forestry, or many other topics that probably for you sound like it's not agriculture necessarily, because it's not agriculture, because we are covering way more than agriculture. Yes, Loredano, thank you so much. So I already explained before what FAO is, and FAO is now 50 years that is working on semantics. So it's probably the institution in the UN that has understood very early the importance of disseminating the knowledge and science present in FAO members. So what would be the countries that are part of the UN structure, and how important was to provide the means to do so, so that the possibility that despite of the multilinguality that exists behind these, let's call it agricultural applied sciences to make it easy, there is a richness that is based on multilinguality, and there is a richness as well based on the fact that 50% of what is being published in our scientific framework is gray literature. So 50% is peer-reviewed, 50% more or less is gray literature. So for that, 50 years ago was set up something that is called FAO Agres. I'm pretty sure that our colleagues from ICAR know it because this is the reason essentially why they invited me to be here today. This was 50 years ago, and then 10 years after that, FAO understood that we thought what would be an identifier at semantic level, nothing could happen at multilingual level. So was set up what is called AgroVoc. AgroVoc is a multilingual vocabulary. It's about 1 million labels, 42,000 concepts covering all these sciences in, I think it's now 42 languages. But let's go one by one. Sorry. Yeah. So let's talk about the Global Knowledge Commons. As I said, the FAO mandate is to provide access to global access to food and agriculture knowledge. And for that, we operate with open non-commercial infrastructures. Essentially, FAO has developed its own infrastructure to do so. It's a big one. At the moment, we receive up to 175 million requests a month. So it's really popular. 80% of that are humans, 20% of that are bots. So the key initiatives, as I mentioned, was FAO Agris, which is the discovery platform that is used to provide access to all these records that we are harvesting all over the world to provide access, and they are multilingual covered control vocabulary. So let's go for Agris. Agris has about 16.5 million records that covers anything that has to do with science, traditional scientific outputs, essentially. Goes from articles to reports. Reports is something very important in our applied sciences. The content is in 258 languages. So we are covering a big bunch of languages, and thanks to, in a way, to AgroVoc, as I will show after that. It's a certified digital public good. Okay, and we are aligned with FAIR principles. We are not publishers. This is important to understand. We are aggregators. We are simply amplifying. We are FAO Agris is a catalyzer. We are providing or maximizing the access to all the efforts that our FAO member countries are doing to generate scientific outputs. So we are very much at the end of the scientific communication workflow. Echo. Clearly metadata matters, and very much, because any effort that an institution, a publisher is going to do to provide and to publish content on the web, if it's not well planned in terms of metadata, is going to be the most useless thing that you can ever done. And I will put some examples about how important is this for an aggregator to start with as FAO Agris, but goes beyond data, goes as well, for instance, Google Scholar, anything that you want to amplify the access to what you are publishing in your organization. So if you do so, as I said, you get invisible. And local and global South scholarship is at the moment underrepresented, even though it's very well represented in FAO Agris, because we are doing a very big effort for that, particularly during the last 3, 4 years in Latin America, now in Africa, and now we are coming to Asia. So in our view, metadata is the backbone of equitable, open, and sustainable open access infrastructures. This goes from, as I said, an OGS tool that is being used by publishers to publish content on the web, to a DSpace repository, etc., etc., etc. Okay. Yeah, I did. Yeah. Sorry for that. It's Babette, I think it's the next one, this one, right? Okay, no, it's slow. Okay, today is not my luckiest day. I think that I have to point there. I can move myself into here. Okay, just if you want to move the slides, I think that you have to go back to a couple of them, maybe the other one. And the other one, no. No, so the next one, perfect. Okay, so we are not an institution that is developing metadata standards, by no way, no way. So we are not meant for doing so. We are not meant for preparing PICs or etc. We are reusing anything that people use. And we are trying to accommodate anything that is out there and put it in our system. So for instance, if you want to contribute to FAO Agris, okay, no problem. You can do it using Dublin Core, DOJ, Agris AAP profile that is a kind of legacy data that is still being used. You can use EndNote, you can use mods. And today I had conversations about the fact that we would like to add Crossref, but we have some difficulties for doing that. We are defining a set of metadata that has to be there to make the records meaningful, so qualified metadata. And also we are much in favor of using subject indexing to make sure that you are defining the content of the documents that you are publishing on the web. We are ensuring consistency across the countries, which is pretty complicated, as you can imagine, but we are working on that and we are quite okay with the 16.5 million records we have. Reusability, long-term preservation, et cetera, classics that you find everywhere, but very much focused on the science, the applied science I was mentioning before. Next, thank you. So what PIDs are available in our community? Well, we are storing ORCID, even though we are not using it at the moment, because as the same that Lauretana was mentioning with DOIs, we are having the same issue with ORCID. Subjects, AgriVoc is very much used in our community, even though it's not necessary to use it. Even if you put cow, we can identify, we can match, we can map cow with the AgriVoc cow. So it's not a big deal if you are not using PIDs, and definitely DOIs, URLs, etc. We are very much promoting the use of persistent identifiers in our community. We are also understanding that there are some implications, some difficulties at software level. Sometimes people would like to do things, but they find some constraints in terms of the management in their infrastructures. Next. So yes, as I mentioned, the benefits, definitely one of the most important one is disambiguation, which is exactly what Lauretano was focusing on. This is the big deal, the big problem of everything. We have managed to arrange that in front of all the difficulties that we are finding getting data from 2065 data providers worldwide, but it's okay. And also we have critical for metrics without, commercial bias and responsible artificial intelligence applications that we are going to invest very soon in the FAO Agris. Next. So what is the situation in terms of, in trying to match what Lauretano was showing and what we have now in our FAO Agris? So we have not even 1 million records using ORCID. This is very little. So this means that quite a bunch of contributors in our network are simply not using them because we can harvest them. We can integrate it in our system, even though we are not using it, but we decide to store it just in case we have more to show or to do some stuff with it. URIs gets better, but still we have not even 8.5 million records containing DOIs, and the handles are very little. So about 10 million bibliographic records contain URLs. This doesn't mean that there are no URLs. There is also a lack of understanding what means a persistent identifier in terms of link to full text or linked to the documents. People are putting sometimes in their metadata records things that are simply URLs, and they get broken quite easy, and we don't have any way to really match this with possible changes. So I think that in the terms of URIs, there is lack of understanding of what exactly means and why they are important beyond to the identification itself as a first step for the end user, but machines. And then AgriVoc is getting much better because with AgriVoc, we have a 40 years tradition behind. So people are using AgriVoc pretty well. Not necessarily having the URI, but it's not necessary. We do it afterwards. Next. AgriVoc. AgriVoc is a big tool. Is a link data tool. We are linked to several vocabularies, not necessarily only agricultural sciences. We are also mapped to AgriVoc. I mean, many humanities, etc. Anything that can contain a word, a subject that belongs to agricultural sciences, we are linking to. Yeah, as I mentioned, it's 42 languages at the moment. Doesn't mean that all AgriVoc is accessible in all these languages. At the moment, it's translated to Swahili, English, French, Spanish, Chinese, Arabic, and Russian. And it's very much used by humans and machines. So all the web services we have are bombed by the machines, which is very good, extremely good. That these elements on the web are using AgriVoc as a tool for them to maximize the richness in their systems. Next. So this is to illustrate the evolution of the records during the last 5 years, and also since we started to do lots of capacity development activities, the number of records with AgriVoc subjects have increased. So it's good. That means that capacity development is a must and needs to be done according to the audiences as well. We are not doing the same activities for Latin America or Central America and South America than in the north of Africa and the SADC region, etc., etc. So we are really customizing our capacity development activities based on the issues that each of these regions are dealing with. Next. Yes, so OAI-PMH. OAI-PMH at the moment is the protocol that most of the repositories and open journal systems are using, but is not well installed, is not well used, and people don't fully understand what OAI-PMH is meant for. And this is an issue. People install this space and they think that once installing this space and putting an OAI-PMH layer, it's enough, and it's not. And this is an issue because then there is no way for us to go there, as I will explain now, and to really get the data. So if you don't work, and by that I mean, if we don't take into consideration that people need to learn how to use these tools, we are simply promoting 100,000 million silos again. And so the dialogue between those that are generating this content, the repositories, and those that are trying to maximize the visibility of their systems needs to be done. We are trying to do so, but still we need some support from those that are behind this. So, for instance, the sets. So probably not many of you know about OAI-PMH, but with OAI-PMH, you can define the sets that exist in your system. So people tend to put the sets in their local languages, or tend to put it based on type of document. There are many that they don't take into consideration, particularly when they are multidisciplinary, the subjects. So it means that we are excluded. Every time that we have a repository that is multidisciplinary from a university and doesn't take into consideration the sets based only in subjects, we're excluded. We cannot help. It's bad for them. For us, we try to do whatever we can. So the lack of persistent identifiers, this we already spoke, and the subject metadata. We have developed recommendations on how to be meaningful on the web through the link open data, enable bibliographic data is very well used in our community, but perhaps is something that needs to be considered to reuse in a way in order or to think about using this concept of how I can be meaningful on the web, something a little bit more universal. And next. Yeah, so Diamond open access journals is something that we like to promote very much because for us it's the best. So there are no barriers. Authors can publish without APCs. We get access without any kind of perfect. We are simply promoting as many as we can that are not predatory, or they are following the communication standard protocols in terms of quality, et cetera. And what in return, what FAO Agris is doing is we are providing or maximizing their visibility without fees, global reach, as I mentioned, the statistics. So the FAO Agris is very much used for considering that it's a disciplinary repository, and we are providing lots of technical guidance, training, trying to have a dialogue with them, sometimes even trying to connect with people in our community that speak a language that is not in my team. So if nobody in my team speaks Arabic, so every time that we have to deal with an Arabic partner, we try to look for a person that can help us in providing this technical guidance, and usually we make it. And yes, in general terms, next. Yeah, so we are trying to support. So every time that we have a Diamond open access journal in our network, we are trying to even support them more because we know already that they are making a big effort to put all this content in that way in the web. So it's what I was mentioning before about helping them to understand a little bit more what means if they install an an OGS software. So what they have to consider. So et cetera, et cetera. It would be it would be perfect if they get a guide before installing an OGS or something like that. Definitely, yes. Because sometimes happens as well that those that install this software are not those that know about metadata. They are the IT components in the organization. So it's not always they manage to have a dialogue open in between. So to go beyond the simple installation that OGS is providing, yeah, you need to know about a little bit more about metadata. Next. And as mentioned, we are doing lots of capacity development. We are running webinars every here and then, outreach activities. We have periodical webinars at Metadata Matters, which is a kind of a standard in our community right now. And then I think that there is another session during the event that is going to touch this element about capacity development. Maybe a component in that session related to metadata would be good, considering that all the effort that Diamond Open Access are going to do have to be rewarded through the technical support that can be provided. Next, thank you. And yes, metadata, well, it's all a little bit repeating itself. So metadata standards enable equity, enables collaboration, enables accessibility, inclusion, global visibility. And this is what we are trying to support next. And that's it. So these are a couple of slides that remain that are giving you a kind of feel about the tools that we are publishing that are supporting next, and all the websites that we have in place to support all these activities in at least 6 languages, including Swahili. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Circeus. Apple is not only the telling only, they are building the so many infrastructure. We just saw the image presentation, and agriculture community must benefited from your research knowledge. So we will discuss, and we have another in person here for her presentation. I'm requesting you.
Ms. Madhura. Thank you so much. My name is Madhura Amdekar. I'm a community engagement manager at Crossref. I'm stepping in for Cora Korzech, who's the director of community and was at Crossref and was supposed to deliver this presentation, but she's a bit delayed today. She'll join us later this afternoon. So I'm delighted to be here on behalf of Crossref to discuss how Crossref metadata is and how it can support Diamond OA publishing. Next slide, please. So I want to start quickly by briefly introducing Crossref. Crossref is a not-for-profit organization that exists to make scholarly communications better. And we make research objects easy to find, cite, link, assess, and reuse. And how specifically do we do this? It's a combination of both the Crossref infrastructure and the efforts of our members. So organizations who publish scholarly content join Crossref and commit to its membership terms. As a member, they are given their own DOI prefix. They can use this prefix to create a unique DOI for all of their published content. And this DOI acts as both a locator and a container for metadata. And this is this rich metadata that's associated with each of those DOI records that are shared with the global scholarly community through Crossref's free APIs that can be used by the community. Open infrastructure also needs to be governed and sustained in a way that it serves the community for the long term. So this is why Crossref is an adopter of the principles of open scholarly infrastructure. By this, we mean that we have committed to uphold these principles that are listed on this slide as a set of guidelines for operating open infrastructure in service to the scholarly community. I also wanted to share this slide, which shows a diagram of our research nexus vision. This is our vision of a rich and reusable open network of relationships that connect research organization, people, things, and actions. It's a scholarly record that the global community can build on forever for the benefit of the society. So in this diagram, you can see that in the middle circle, it shows all the individual metadata records for individual things, people, and organizations. And around the edge are the circles that show the actions and relationships between these various elements. So how this metadata can be created, funded, used, responded, and the relationship between these metadata elements and the actions and the various actors in play. So this is the research nexus vision that we aspire to. Crossref is, it accepts all types of scholarly and professional records, and you can see them listed in this word cloud on this slide. Our schema is developed for all constituents of the scholarly communication, so be it journal articles, grants, thesis, reports, books, papers, and there are several of these content types that can be registered. And for each of these content types, there is different type of scholarly metadata that can be deposited as well. So what's scholarly metadata? Essentially, metadata is data about data. And when we talk about scholarly metadata, it's information about this published content. So some of this is really basic. For example, things like titles. What was the title of a manuscript or title of a journal, names of the authors, abstracts, and so on. That's very basic metadata. But you can also have additional metadata, for example, full text URLs for text mining or for similarity check. Relationship metadata is very key. It helps in linking different metadata components. For example, if articles are versions of each other or if they are translations of each other, relationships between data in a paper and that manuscript, references. There can be subject-specific metadata as well. For example, in certain biomedical journals, clinical trial data is important. Funding information is, again, another piece of important metadata. So, for example, award numbers, grant DOIs, and so on. And this rich metadata, that's what's really important for discoverability. And it also can act as trust signals. The more metadata there is available about a piece of content, the more information there is available for the research community to assess how trustworthy that research output is. And with all of this metadata, Crossref has been enriching the scholarly record by forging citation links between works based on the citation metadata there is, and this for over 20 years now. We have also matched funding metadata, provided missing relationship between research outputs and funding organizations, For almost a decade, we have also provided authors with the auto update service that helps include their publications in ORCID records. Last year, we also started ingesting the first external source of data, which is the Retraction Watch database. This was being asserted with publisher provide. So this is being combined with publisher provided metadata. And the results of all of these enrichment efforts are available in our API now. Thanks to this open metadata, we are now on the path to increase enrichment opportunities with mutual links between funding and works, preprints and journal articles. And this supports disambiguation of affiliations with ROR and builds on our experience in reference matching to make further improvements in support for greater discoverability of work. So essentially, the more metadata there is, that increases the chance of discoverability of your content through all of these pieces of information. In this slide, I just wanted to show an example of open access records in Crossref. So this shows how over a period of almost 20 years, the number of works with an open license has grown by a factor of 33.5. The works that are shown here, they cover only a subset of OA. Sometimes publisher-specific OA has ambiguous license data that covers all cases at once, and some works have no license at all. But I just wanted to show this slide to show some numbers. And Creative Commons license, as you can see, I bar far the most popular. Most of the other open licenses here are either publisher specific or specific governmental public domain licenses. So this is just an example of the open access records in Crossref. Now, all of this data, including the example that I showed before, it's really useful because it travels to thousands of downstream services. Systems, tools, as well as individual users are making use of our API. And this REST API is relied on by a big part of the research information community. We receive nearly 2 billion requests each month through our API. And so this diagram that I'm showing here shows some of the types of tools and organizations that use our metadata. So on the outside ring, it shows the types of tools and the organizations that are using the metadata. And in the inside ring, it shows the different ways that the metadata is being used. So our metadata is used by metrics and analytics tools such as Web of Science and Scopus. It's used by library discovery systems to find content that their researchers have access to. It's also used by members themselves to highlight the gaps in their metadata or check reference links. Organizations such as DOAJ make use of our metadata in their journal review process. So as you can see, it's how your content will be discoverable and also provides information to others about where in the scholarly ecosystem your content fits. So again, I want to emphasize here that the more metadata elements you're able to provide, the more likely it is that your content will appear in these systems. And so if you provide us with inaccurate metadata, the same is true, that these problems, that inaccurate metadata will also be then propagated to all of these downstream services. So the richer and more accurate metadata you can provide, it makes your content more discoverable. I wanted to emphasize that there are several levels of support in place to support participation with this infrastructure. We have several partnerships with other community organizations. For example, Crossref works with DOAJ in a variety of ways to encourage the dissemination and use of scholarly research, helping in building institutional capacity and sustainability around the world. We also have partnership with PKP to support research and more inclusive metadata. Our partnership is centered on development of tools that our shared community can rely upon, building capacity to enable richer metadata registration for organizations that use the Open Journal Systems platform. Crossref is a supporter of the Barcelona Declaration as well. We have around 50 ambassadors who are enthusiastic volunteers. They work within the global academic community in a variety of ways. We also are working with 134 sponsor organizations. So sometimes organizations are not able to join Crossref directly due to technical or financial barriers, in which case they can work with sponsors who provide administrative, billing, technical, and if applicable, sometimes language support as well to the members that they work with. Crossref also has the Global Equitable Membership or the GEM program, through which organizations that are located in the least economically advantaged countries in the world have their annual fee as well as the content registration fees waived off. So the technical barrier is minimized thanks to the pooling of resources, and we also have several helper tools available. There is a tool called the participation reports. It's an online visualization tool that allows members to look at how rich their metadata is. So you can basically enter your member name, and it shows you for a few key metadata elements how good is the coverage of that metadata. So what percentage of their records contains that metadata element. You can use that free tool to look at how good your metadata coverage is. You can also download a gap report, which shows you exactly how much of your records are missing a certain metadata element. We also have a tool called the metadata manager. Again, this is a tool that helps you to register your content. And also, you can also look through the metadata records, search the metadata of journal articles, book standards, data sets, and more using any of these keywords. So you can enter a title, author, DOI, ORCID ID, and it can help you look for content that you're looking for. So several resources and helper tools are in place to support participation. I also wanted to consider what is the cost in the context of value. So the vision of Crossref is to include as much context about the scholarly record as possible. And this is through relationship metadata, because it makes it possible to help connect and offer reassurance about the content and also insights about the overall research enterprise. So with relationship metadata and the rich metadata, it's all connected and provides as much context about every piece of content that's a part of the scholarly record. Here are a couple of case studies of our members who, for whom joining Crossref has meant that meant that rich metadata has increased the discoverability of their content. For example, here's a quote from an editor of the Pan-African Medical Journal, who saw that submissions to their journal increased significantly. Their content was being discovered more, and this has brought visibility and credibility to their journal. Another example here of where the Universitas Islam Jakarta share their example of how better metadata has not only helped their journals in global visibility, it lets their research be seen, cited, and evaluated internationally. So I just wanted to share a couple of examples of where rich metadata has really helped organizations with the discoverability of their content. Another example is how institutions and funders can use the Crossref API to support reporting, evaluation, and assessment. So I mentioned earlier about the participation reports. So here is an example of the Indian Council of Agricultural Research using this participation report. So on the slide, you can also see an API query where basically this query is designed to find out how many open access works were published by one of the members. And here is the, if you substitute this with the member ID of this member in question, then you can see the number of works. As you can see here, it shows that from this API query, we can see that 6,342 have a CC by NCSA license. And so this is the result of the query here. If you use the API query, you can see this. Here are some examples of, there are some errors here where instead of the actual license has been included instead of the open information. So it essentially shows that APIs can be used to extract this kind of information about any member organization and about their metadata. So we are here to find out about what infrastructure is important for Diamond OA publishing, because Crossref is committed to continue developing our metadata and network it accordingly to the needs of this community. We want to make sure we are encompassing all key actors and institutions in the research ecosystem. So I would really encourage you to think of what you would want to use the metadata for and who you want it to be useful for. So we are really keen to understand and hear from you what you think is important metadata for Diamond OA publishing, and because we would like to take it back to our metadata development team. And so I'm really looking forward to hearing from you. there are different ways to stay connected. We are on Blue Sky, LinkedIn. We have the Crossref community forum where anybody can post their queries, continue the discussion, continue the conversation. Others can respond to these queries based on what they have experienced. So it's a very nice platform for information exchange. And here is Cora's email address as well, in case you want to directly reach out to her with any questions. And that was my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed. And we have another presentation, and virtually we welcome Bianca Kramer. Bianca is the Executive Director of the Barcelona Declaration on Open Research Information. She is a renowned advocate for openness in scholarly metadata and has been instrumental in shaping the transition toward open research information. So we welcome Bianca Kramer. Bianca, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear
Yes,
me?
you please start your presentation.
Yes. Can you see my presentation on the screen?
Yes, absolutely.
That's great. Yes, good morning. I'm very happy to be with you today in this session on PIT and metadata. Unfortunately, I was only able to join online, but I hope to contribute something from the perspective of the Barcelona Declaration on Open Research Information. And specifically, I want to touch on the importance of PIT and metadata for Diamond Open Access. This will echo many topics already addressed by Lotaro, by Imma, by Maduro. So I'd like to just put those in context and hopefully also give you some additional examples that are helpful in your discussion later in the session. So when we talk about metadata, we're talking about different types of information. Bibliographic metadata associated with journal articles and other textual output, but also metadata on other types of research output, research software, research data. It's also about information about funding and grants and information about research organizations and contributors. And why is this information important, including for Diamond Open Access? It's because this is the information that's used in decision-making around strategic priorities, distribution of resources, and evaluation of researchers and institutions. It's also used to assess the effect of policies by funders, by institutions, by governments. For instance, policies on open access, open data, but also policies on funder distributions. And very importantly, it's also used for discovery. So it's used by researchers and societal stakeholders to find and assess research results. Anytime you're using a search engine or a bibliographic database, you are using these metadata. So what does it mean in practice for researchers? It's really about where is information about your research outputs and activities located, and who around the world can find and use that information. And what kind of barriers do they encounter? Do they encounter paywalls to be able to find that information? It's also about what types of output and impact are used in assessment and evaluation, and how open and transparent that research assessment and the information it's based on is. And finally, it's also about who owns and controls research information. So in this context, it's very important to have good visibility of Diamond Open Access in this ecosystem of research information. And I would like to stress that this is not just about being visible in Scopus and Web of Science. Rather, on the contrary, I would say that it's not about Scopus and Web of Science, but it's about the importance of an integrated, open research information system. So there's no dependence on proprietary databases that are selective, that exclude a lot of material, and that are also throwing up huge paywalls to be able to access them. To be able to have a more equitable open research information system, it's really important to have that be an open system. So just some examples around the world of initiatives and infrastructures that are contributing to this open system. First of all, we've got OJS, Open Journal Systems from PKP, that was already mentioned by Imma and others. that is being used around the world for many journals, including many Diamond journals. Often these are not indexed in the large traditional bibliographic databases, but they are increasingly becoming included in more open systems like OpenAlex. Then a regional example from Latin America, where there is regional infrastructure for both publishing and for indexing of publications, including from repositories, as Lautaro showed in his presentation. And then my final example is an example from Africa. It's a collaboration with Eiffel to map Diamond journals across the continent, including many Diamond journals that are not included and have not been visible before, because, for instance, they're not yet included in DORJ. But it's really important to get a broader overview of Diamond open access journals. So coming back to this importance of an integrated open research information system with good visibility of Diamond open access journals, I think there are two aspects that are really important. Again, echoing what has been said. One of them is article identifiers, both DOIs, but also going beyond DOIs. And then again, also the value of the associated metadata. Because it's not just about having your article findable, it's also about information about the authors, about funders, about institutions. That network of information really enables all those uses that I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation. And we know that there are well-known worldwide systems like Crossref, like DataCite for DOIs, like ORCID for authors, like ROAR for institutions and funders. And these really make it possible to build this worldwide network. And you've heard before, including from Maduro, about the options and also the accessibility of these infrastructures and the steps that are being taken to make them more accessible. But at the same time, there are also other systems in use. And it's really important, I think, to acknowledge that diversity and to accommodate that diversity. There's a really good blog post from last year, including by Lautaro, about the importance of not just being open, but also being diverse and inclusive, and thereby accommodating also other research information sources. And I wanted to briefly mention two examples. One of them is the Digital Objects Container Identifier, which is an initiative by the African PIT Alliance. What they're trying to do, or what they're doing, is developing a system where they accommodate different types of identifiers for different types of outputs and use a common metadata schema to really integrate them. And this is a way to not require DOIs for all research outputs, but combine DOIs with other types of identifiers, and thus really do justice to also local contexts and really enable interoperability. And the second example is, again, Lautaro's example of La Referencia and the work they're doing on improving the interoperability both of their ARC identifiers and the associated metadata. I now want to put a focus a little bit and the spotlight on metadata in journals from India that are using Open Journal System from PKP to show some evidence about how how good that metadata is. And when you look again at Open Journal Systems, PKP shares a large data set with information about all the journals that they know of that use Open Journal Systems. And you can see the numbers of the journals across the world. And specifically, when you zoom in on India, there are currently almost 2,000 current journals from India using OJS. Of these, there are over 1,400 that use ISSNs, making it possible to really link them with information about these journals in other systems. Again, one of the benefits of using identifiers. And of these, there are a little over 1,000 that use Crossref, that have current Crossref DOIs. I just want to compare that for a second to DORJ, which has currently 423 journals from India. So it shows that there's a large number of journals also currently outside DORJ. And it says something about capacity. Maybe we can have a whole discussion about that, but it's important to also realize that there are also a broader set of journals. For those journals that use Crossref DOIs, because Crossref is an open infrastructure, it's possible to get structured information about the metadata in Crossref from those journals. And that's now shown on the right. It's a bit of a complicated graph, but basically what it shows is for a number of metadata elements, which you see on the bottom, for abstracts, affiliations, references, funding, ORCIDs, and licenses, the percentage proportion of the journals that have that metadata. And you can see that, for instance, for abstracts, a large proportion of journals indeed supply abstracts to Crossref, which is of course very important for discovery. For other types of metadata, more journals, that percentage is lower, but you can see for each element of metadata, there are journals that actually supply this information. And we also know that it is possible through open journal systems, but it really depends on the version that you have installed and also the optimal use that you make of the functionalities in open journal systems. This was also mentioned already earlier. So on one hand, it shows that it is indeed possible, but also that there's a large variety to the extent to which journals and publishers actually make use of these options to supply that information. And again, I would like to reiterate the importance of making that information available to be able to integrate it with other systems and to have your journals be more visible. So I'd like to end with with a summary of what I've been saying, but I think it also echoes what other people have been saying in this session. And that is to stress the importance of bits and open metadata for the usage of research information, for the visibility of your journals, for the inclusion of your journals in open systems of research information, and thereby also increasing their discoverability and inclusion in evaluation and assessment without being dependent on closed selective proprietary databases. We talked about the benefits of both centralized systems, but also of decentralized systems, and therefore really the importance of interoperability, connecting metadata across systems. And that also touches on the point of capacity building. It requires capacity building both at the level of individual publishers, where they differ very much about the extent of the metadata they supply, but also at system level to really enable that interconnection. And that's where I'd like to end, coming back to the Barcelona Declaration on open research information that really asks all the players, so the universities, funders, to work together with data suppliers, with publishers, with infrastructure systems to really make open research information work. And one of the important commitments in the Barcelona Declaration is collective action to accelerate that transition. So I think this ties in nicely, I hope, to also the next part of this session, where you will come together discuss what can be done, what are the priorities, and how can we make this open research information a reality. I would like to leave it at this and give it back to the panel chair.
Thank you very much, Bianca, for nicely presenting. And we hope you will be there for some time so that we have some discussion session after a short coffee break. So till then, you will be with us, I hope, and I
Yes,
believe.
yes,
Thank
I
you.
will be here for the whole session.
And dear participants, now we have a short or small coffee break. So I'm requesting you to please join back within 15 minutes so that we can wrap up our session with open discussion sessions or a group discussion. table group discussion. Thank you.
Hello? Hello, kind attention, please. I request all the delegates to, why don't you go get your coffee inside so that we can, continue the sessions.
So, dear participant, welcome back. I guess still our participants are rushing for coffee. So, as we are behind the time, so we have some discussion session now, and now floor is open. Before this, I have one opening questions for our panelists. That we see the most metadata and PID infrastructures are designed for the commercial or business models. So for Diamond Open Access, which is non-commercial, where do these systems create the biggest barriers to equity today? So, and now floor is open, and you people please introduce yourself first and then ask questions, suggestions, or making any sense or comments, please. Any volunteers here so that they can, or I can do it. Okay. Okay.
You just stand up for a minute.
No, yes.
Hello everyone. I'm Brecht Saan, and I'm. You might see me take notes because I'm the rapporteur for this session. I think those were excellent presentations, and I just had one question. It's related to something that I saw in email slides, but it's more of a general question, I think, for the presenters and for the audience. You had sort of the usage data on some of the infrastructures, the platforms, and it sort of jumped up after 2023, I think. And obviously I'm going to ask about AI because it feels like that's sort of about the time that this was all launched. And we've heard more and more that sort of like these AI bots and all that put a huge strain on online platforms and just sort of like requests and all that. I don't have like sort of the expertise to make that into a very specific question, but are you seeing that like in your platforms, and how as a community working on these metadata is basically sort of, you know, trying to make all of this happen, and then suddenly you get this onslaught of AI bots. I'm sure this is maturing still, like how do you respond to this, but what is your thinking right now, or is this something that you're seeing to start with? Thank you.
Thank you. I requesting our reporters to please make notes so that we can wrap up this. Maybe you are going to answer this.
Well, yes, we are seeing this at different levels. At repository levels, the AI bots and crawlers are stressing a lot of the institutional systems. Even for us as aggregator, we are also facing a lot of stress and increase in our transfer cost, the connection, you know, because we are increasing our infrastructure all the time in order to support this, and also we are blocking a lot of. It's not a desirable thing to block them, but because we want in certain way that there's part that's part of the discussion. We need to be there, for example, in our region, in order to balance the bias that exists and in AI because of the sources of information. So we need to be part of the contents that fits the AI models, but at the same time we are suffering that a lot. And even in our usage statistics metrics, we are having a hard time in order to even keep the bots out of the counting. And even this is stressing also our pipelines of where we calculate that metrics. And not only, I had conversations with other big infrastructures, and their pipelines are also suffering because of that. So this is hitting us in different levels, and of course we are taking actions to deal with this. And there's a discussion group in the Confederation of Open Access Repositories regarding AI bots, and the policies are the things that we are planning as repository networks. But I think that it should be present in different forums at different levels, because it implies technical and policy decisions that we need to think together in order to address this problem.
Yeah, I have a dramatically different view. The increase that you saw from 2020 is due to COVID, because we moved from face-to-face capacity development to online training, and this had a big influence to the way that we could really create capacity. So the number of institutions that were in a position to submit data from 2020 to 2020 increased, as you saw the graphic. About the crawlers, the different, so, okay, so it's probably is a kind of an weird example. What we have prepared our infrastructure to deal with humans and machines in the way that we already had a conversation with crawlers already 4 years ago, telling them how they want to see our data. So this conversation end up on the fact that in Agris, what we have is, in a way, a machine interface for bots, and we have a human interface. So the bots are excluded through Cloudflare to the human interface. So only humans can interact with us via the interface of our Agris, the homepage. In terms of bots, we are relying is on the sitemaps. So the URL that is being accessed by the bots through the sitemaps is different than the URLs that humans are using when they interact via browser with us. So this means that I can tell you that 80% of the traffic we have are humans and 20% are bots, because I can see from my statistics what is being done by crawlers, good crawlers, and what is being done by humans. Of course, what we are doing is to create a conversation with them, because we need them. I want them to crawl Agris. I would rather prefer that they keep away the members in our network, because some of them don't have the infrastructure I have. So in a way that to say, okay, guys, just leave those that are part of the network with very little resources, focus on us, that we have the infrastructure to maintain your interaction. Plus, the point as well is that through Agris, we are enriching the metadata. So even for the crawlers, are much better to come to Agris than rather going to the data providers themselves, because of the multilingualism aspect. So, in practical terms, both things happen at the same time. So in 2020, we were already talking to Google Scholar and Google for years. We are partners. But then we created a little bit this strategy on how to deal with them. Good for them, good for us. Saving money for me. So FAO has a big traffic, but our infrastructure can cope with that. And good for them, because they come once a month, boom, they get everything they need. They know that this is it, and they leave. So this is the reason why saying is a little bit different, the perspective. But more or less, I would, if I could, I would centralize the bots into Agris just to help our, as I said, our data providers to not to increase the resources and to be more cost efficient. But this is a dialogue I need to continue with other crawlers we have in the network.
Okay, and I guess, yes, sir, our big Planes advocate here. So, sir, please.
Yes, thank you. Johan Rorik, European Diamond Capacity Hub. What you say about the crawlers and the bots, that may be okay for a repository that they crawl and take it, but it's very difficult actually for a publisher. So for instance, I'm the editor of a journal, Glossa, at the Open Library of Humanities. And the problem for a publisher is that the bots really completely throw out your usage data. Because suddenly these articles that you simply know cannot have been read by so many people are suddenly read by thousands and thousands of users, and so you are thrown off by that as a publisher, because suddenly you don't know what your user base is anymore, and you can't control the chatbot. other than by Cloudflare. And so it's really a problem, because you would like to let them in, indeed, because of course you want LLMs to be well informed. But at the same time, you can, because you are messing up your user data, and that's also the problem that Lautaro, I think, is referring to. I had a different question, though, more of a policy question. You said that that you recommend the use of DOIs and the use of ORCIDs. And of course, I understand that as a UNESCO organization, you can't mandate things. I mean, you wish, right? I mean, I think, but how can we move there? How can we, as a global diamond open access, move
Uh-oh.
said that, I mentioned ORCID because it's the most known, but we are collecting any kind of persistent identifier used at national level for authors, and we are storing it. This is the biggest. Simply, this is the reason why I mention it. At the moment, we have not worked at how to show the author, the ORCID or the persistent identifier of the author from our infrastructure. But in the way that we work is we don't care. Either you send me the ID from Japan, that is the one that is promoted by the Ministry of Science, or it's ORCID. I get everything, and then in my infrastructure, I do the cooking stuff. But I need to map the identifiers. So if you decide to come to my network with a new persistent identifier for author that is used at national level, no problem. Just give me the identifier and give me where I have to resolve the identifier. We can work with that. So, but the difference between, so in FAO, we are extremely, I would say the word is pragmatic. So this is that we are not pretending that people are going to do the things as we want, because it's impossible for us. It's different than Referencia because they are working more on the top. We are really trying to sort out the problems that we are finding when people decide to publish content.
Okay, I think stable. They have some. The person here, morning, I see. He wanted to. You wanted to. Bola? Yeah, you may add some discussion. Okay, in this table. Anybody else you want to? Yeah.
Can I make just one remark?
Hi. Yeah, thank you for can I? Yeah. Yeah. See, my question was one is about the the impact of AI, and that was partly I think answered. Another is that is pure technical, and other is the non. I thought of asking a non-technical. I mean to Ima. I think do you anticipate any challenge? By the the changes in global geopolitical equations, which is challenging even the role of UN. Yeah.
Changes in terms of providing the infrastructures that we are providing right now, you mean? Or so, because the question is very general. Yeah, of course, the UN is under pressure at the moment. That's clear. I think that everybody is aware of that. We are doing, though, a good job in making sure that the work that we do is preserved and we continue. And this is also the reason why I was saying that we are forced to be extremely pragmatic in terms of cost efficiency. And therefore, we are partnering, we are talking, we are having dialogues with those that can make our lives a little bit easier. But it's a period that is nothing has to happen. If you mean about infrastructure, I don't foresee anything. But indeed is not. But no, as I tell you, no, I don't think that's something can be dismissed if you go into that direction. Agris has been 50 years out there and has really gone through several crises out there, and still is in there. So move from analog to digital, from digital to now artificial intelligence background. So and is coping with that.
Okay, thank you. I think our virtual Bianca, she is waiting for adding some comments or you
Yes,
want to-
thank you. Actually, I could comment on this, but I mostly wanted to also point out that Ellen has also joined the online meeting. So it might be nice to also have her on the panel and give her a bit of floor time.
Okay, you have some specific points to add regarding these discussions? Policy, how we can bring the policy people in our discussion.
Ellen, do you want to speak to that?
Yes, yes. Or oh, Alan is also online.
Yes.
Yeah. Alan, can you hear us? Sorry, we missed you.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes, that's
Ready to
right.
comment now. Yeah, yeah. Please.
Good morning. And yes, yeah, I've joined you a little bit later, so I missed some of the discussion, but I have heard some of it now. At this point, in terms of your specific questions around policy, I may not want to comment on that now. And I just thought if there is an opportunity after you've discussed this point, then maybe I could just add a couple of things that I think comments that I would like to make, in particularly around the persistent identifiers, because I think all of that would definitely influence policy. But I'll just give me a minute or two. If there's anything else that's coming up, then I would like to give that input. Thanks.
Okay, Bianca, you wants to add some conclusion remarks so that we can wrap up with the rapporteur's comments. So
Yes.
yeah, please.
Maybe to add to that question about the effect of geopolitics. I think it's really important. There's a tendency to maybe the emphasis on knowledge security and to use that to sort of close down the drive to openness. So I think it's very important that as a community and as people involved in open research information, we keep making the case of why the openness is important to continue these collaborations and to continue the importance of interoperability and open information, especially in the times of the current political climate where there's more threat to that. So I just want to make that case.
Okay, you want to? Yes, yes, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to address what Bianca just said, because of course there is the current political climate maybe has a tendency to want to close down information, but I think we should use it in quite the opposite manner. It should underscore the importance of resilience of the systems. When you see, for instance, that even in the US, journal editors of medical journals are threatened, then you would want there to be a resilient system that can relocate these journals to another jurisdiction. The same is true for open data. I mean, we know that lots of open data centers and current data collection has been threatened by the Trump administration. There again, I mean, you would want those open data centers to be mirrored in other locations of the world. So, if anything, the current geopolitical situation pleads for a resilient, elastic system that allows for data to be relocated and mirrored, and journals and infrastructure for open diamond open access journals to be mirrored and preserved in various locations, so that it can be relocated from places where the open access is under threat for various reasons.
We have our Bangladeshi colleagues, and he is working with Open University and doing education platform, open knowledge platform. So, Mr. Mustafa Ajaz.
Thank you very much. What I understood that the open access journals, especially the Diamond open access journals, got the supply side and demand side. So from the user point of view, user perspective, so what kind of policy we can take? Because if what I found in Bangladesh, the users, they even don't know. And when they create some resources by using these resources, actually these are not encouraged by institutionally. So is the policies or initiatives can be taken in collaboration with the governments or institutions so that from the demand side of the resources, I mean, from the user side, it can be promoted much further. Because if the users are not used to use these things, then the expansion of this journey or scaling of this journey will be kind of slow. So how can you promote that? Thank you very much.
Oh, another mic first. Bianca, you wants to say something, or we'll go with our rapporteur presentation?
Yeah, sure. I can very briefly say something. I see Ellen also had her hand up. I think one important aspect is coming back to the recognition maybe. And one barrier that I see is the often that there's still a reliance of we want to publish in journals that are indexed in the commercial database like Scopus and Web of Science. So I think to create a more equal playing field and also make it more attractive to publish in Diamond journals, it's important to move away from the reliance on those commercial databases and really consider a wider visibility of Diamond open access journals, because that will also make it more attractive to publish in them. That's not completely an answer to the resource question, but I think it is about removing a barrier in the system towards uptake of Diamond open access journals. Thank you.
Oh. Yes, if I could just add, certainly in terms of policy, as I indicated, I would like to add a couple of things that is critical, and one of that is in terms of also this can be done, of course, at the institutional, regional, or national level. And I'm sure, as the discussion had already indicated, that's why the importance of the metadata standards and that policy should include that, particularly in terms of Diamond open access, that it has to comply with these standards. And then secondly, in terms of the persistent identifiers. So I think it is critical and it is foundational for Diamond open access to comply and to have that as part of their policy. And it's something that needs to start right at the beginning and not later on, because the future and the sustainability of Diamond open access clearly depend on these standards that have been discussed, because not only will it make scholarship, it's the backbone of Diamond open access, making scholarship discoverable, ensure long-term access, enable credit and trust, and then of course, most importantly, again, irrespective of geopolitics, it would support global interoperability and strengthen the non-commercial publishing ecosystem. And as Bianca had said now, one of the main issues of equity and inclusivity benefits, and particularly for countries in the global south, but also broader, is that the only way that we will be successful and move forward not just with Diamond Open Access, but with open access, if we can reduce the dependency on the commercial publishing service. And that is the main issue. As long as we have to depend on the commercial publishing system, we are not going to move forward as successfully as we can. And therefore, this particular topic is critical in terms of standards and interoperability, as well as persistent identifiers, to make sure that Diamond Open Access can in future, maybe, who knows, become the default publishing system. Thanks.
Just to add something, I would suggest, so on the top of she was mentioning about regional, national is a disciplinary level. So here, for instance, and I'm very glad that I was invited in this summit. I was not invited before, FAO was not present, because lots of dynamics are at disciplinary level. So we are, for instance, providing a kind of excellence when Diamond Open Access journals come to us. We are giving them a kind of sale, I don't know how to call it, a kind of stamp saying, okay, this is a journal where FAO is fine, it's something that gets published, even if it's, so in this is not commercial, because in many cases we are finding authors that they feel more comfortable with that. So this is a role of us, is to look at the quality or the standards that this Diamond Open Access journal is applying, and then if we are okay, we give support, and is at disciplinary level that can be done much easier at a multidisciplinary level.
As we are very limited in time, so now I'm handing my mic to the rapporteurs. So please quickly wrap up this session and
Is this on? Yes, this is on.
questions. But you have comment or questions?
Hey. So, Joe Haverman from Access to Perspectives and co-founder of Africa Archive. Thanks very much for the session. It's been really enlightening and also good to have heard about all the important things to be discussed. I just wanted to re-emphasize the importance and opportunity that we have with regional infrastructures that are already available in Latin America. We have La Referencia, we have Claxo. And yeah, the room Ariana was presenting online. In Africa, we have Cielo, well, also Latin American origin, but there's also Cielo. We have AJAL, Africa Archive. We have Wakran is doing a lot of open science facilitation. Asia, and then of course Europe. So I feel like if we, now that we discuss a lot what's being imposed from Western countries so much and also facilitated, there's a lot of opportunity to look inwards on a regional level and strengthen the regional ecosystem, primarily, I would say, in this new area, and also with the opportunities and facilitations that we have now, thanks to the Global Open Science Summit networking opportunities. And then with the learnings that we've had over the past decades by now, and the persistent challenges that we keep discussing, to find regional solutions and then optimize the system at a global level. Yeah, you know where I'm going with this. And I know we all want this, but I feel like sometimes we get stuck in the problem focus and can't see any more the opportunities and the infrastructure that we already have. And using the opportunity that's now given with the actual conference and people meeting each other to follow up and actually follow through with the follow-ups to partner, to strengthen the infrastructure on the regional levels and to move things forward the way we want. I say that as a European, but yeah. So, and also like not to see other organizations as the enemies and the whatever, but rather as facilitators. And it's up to us how much facilitation we want to get from either party. and how much we can provide ourselves. So sometimes we feel trapped, and that's also historically grown and oftentimes real, but then there's always opportunities and alternatives on the table. It's just a matter of having the capacity to see them and to actionize them. Yeah, just a word of encouragement, preaching to myself first. Thank you.
Do I? If there are no more questions, no more questions. Well, I'm sure I can wrap it up. So hi again, I'm Brecht Sanen. I've been reporting together with my colleague here on the session, and it's been a fantastic session, I think. Obviously, I'll just take a minute to thank the presenters, especially both in person and online, and the audience for their questions as well. I mean, look, this is a workshop which I think a lot of people come in on and saying, okay, this is going to be a very technical discussion. You know, we're talking metadata, we're talking interoperability, persistent identifiers. These can be very technical discussions. I don't think this workshop has been that. We've had a lot of, I think, great insights into the initiatives that are sort of very detailed, very technical. But I think what I got from this workshop is that there was a real emphasis, and I really appreciated that throughout the presentations, throughout the questions, is this is about something. This is not just we're building technical platforms and all that. We're having very technical discussion. No, this is about something. This matters. This is relevant to the Diamond Open Access community. That's our way into these topics here, but also open access in general, and also for the good of society. This is all for something. This is important. This is very valuable to have these discussions at these global summits and elsewhere, because they matter well beyond this. I think that is sort of my, just since I've sort of been asked, like, what are you taking from this? This is what I'm taking from this. And I'm really happy that we had this discussion already on the first day, because I'm sure as we sort of go on into this global summit, we can pick up during the plenary sessions, during the coffee breaks, during lunches, dinners, that we can sort of continue these conversations that we started here and also in the other room, because there's a other workshop going on there. So, but that is my main takeaway, is that all these initiatives, and again, thank you to the presenters, these really matter. They're built on something. They have a clear goal. And here at the Global Summit, we have an opportunity now to discuss that much more broadly, mature further, like how are we presenting this? One small thing I'm going to take out is, like it was mentioned, the current geopolitical challenges. Again, there was so the immediate focus on, well, yes, okay, that is challenging right now, but there is also an opportunity now to think about how all of this work actually is much more resilient than other systems and other models, and how we can present that to policymakers and to the community as a way forward. So again, thank you to everyone. This was great.
Yeah, thank you very much. Before maybe our organizer, they have some formalities, but before that, I will conclude. Yeah. I would like to give my heartfelt thanks to the organizers for organizing such a very good workshops, and very distinguished participants and the panelists, and the good discussions, and the whole panelists and the audience here. And I want to conclude to say this Diamond Open Access is now not a niche. It is rather the very equitable path for global science. And we all should the responsibility to take this pride that we all are the platform, same platform, that we make it forward in our own regional and global community. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sushmita. Ladies and gentlemen, hope we all had a very fruitful discussion on this workshop about metadata standards, interoperability, and persistence. for Diamond Open Access. And I sincerely thank one and all here. And on behalf of organizers, I request all the convener and the speaker kindly come over here. Like we have a as a token of appreciation, like we would like to felicitate you. Thank you.
Your kind attention, ladies and gentlemen. Our lunch is being served for the strategy hall adjacent to my right side. You can have your lunch. After that, we'll start the session, post-lunch session. Thank you.
Hello.
Hey, Katie, can you hear me? Hips.
I don't know if you can hear me, but I don't hear you at all.
Katie, can you hear me?
Oh, wait.
I can hear all of you, but I think I'm in the wrong session.
Hang on, I do hear you.
I sent you the wrong Zoom link.
Oh, okay. So I need to go somewhere
I'll
else.
put it looks like because there's somebody else on this link. I'll put it in the chat. It should be if you can. Here I'll send. This is. I just read the workshops wrong in that Google sheet. So you just need to switch.
No worries.
To this one.
Which
So
are we workshop 2 or 4 or which one are we?
We're
What
workshop
number are we?
3. I didn't
Okay, great.
realize it was 1 and 3 and then 2 and 4.
No worries.
So I read that wrong. But other than that, it should be fine. So I would just switch over to that one, and I'm gonna do the same.
Great. See you over there.
Thank you.
Hello. Hi.
Hello, yes. Hi.
Hello, Rahul and
Hello.
hi.
Hello.
I
Yeah,
cannot.
so just to
Yeah.
clarify, as I said in the WhatsApp just now, I think, sorry, I stepped out, but the mail yesterday that you sent had a link for the workshop team. I think when I joined there, I saw somebody else there. Then actually just be available. So if
Yeah. No,
anybody else is
I.
joining on Zoom, you should send the
So
correct link.
okay, I thought I had actually shared the same thing, but okay. Thank you for both. And
Yeah.
okay, Rahul, there is another thing that there are some glitches from your end. So when you are actually, but you don't have a presentation. He doesn't have a. Sorry. You don't
I
have
don't have a presentation, but
Okay.
in
Okay,
case I
this is
want
much
to
better now.
present, I'm not sure whether this.
No,
Yeah.
it's much better now. It's much better now. There was some problem. Cyrus, can you unmute yourself and say something? Or
Yeah, I already said a couple things. No worries.
okay,
You can
yes,
hear.
I heard you loud and clear. So
Very
can
well.
you, are you presenting something? Do you have a presentation?
I do have slides. I can
Do you want
share them
to,
with you.
do you
Sure.
want to do a test? Want to see?
Sure. Happy to. 1 second.
Yeah. You can.
That should show you my start slide now. And if I now go to
Okay.
the show, you should get a full screen from me. No?
Yes, it's full screen. Do you want to
Amazing.
move it
Yes,
here?
it looks.
Yeah. Okay, it's
Looks
working.
good, right?
Great. Yep. Perfect.
Yeah.
All right.
So just
So
check that it moves to the next slide, just in case.
Yeah, I did move it.
it did. It did.
No, it didn't go to the next slide. It did.
It did.
I
Yeah.
only saw the first screen. Okay.
So, okay, we'll be starting shortly. Thank you so much. Oh, the camera is on me. Nice. Yeah. I did not realize I was just suddenly I'm like, ah, I'm in the spotlight. Great. Hello. Hello, everyone. Can I have your attention over here? We are all here. Everyone's full? Had good lunch? Yes? Great. How many of you are going to experience afternoon dip, by the way? I'm afraid so. So can I request everyone to please come and fill the seats in the front? People who are sitting in the back, because we have a lot of empty chairs here in the front, can I request you to move to the front? Okay. Suryesh, I am looking at you. Can you move to the front? And everyone, if you do not want me to walk the aisle and take your names, please do it. We are going to start the session now. Yes. Okay. Are we ready to start? Yes? Okay. I don't see a lot of people focusing over here. Are we ready to start? Yes? Okay. That's great. So, firstly, everyone, thank you so much for joining me this afternoon. Yeah. Okay. Momita, Mohammed, we are starting now. Yeah. Yes. So I'm actually still waiting for people to settle down. Excuse me, ma'am. Are we have beginning now, right? Right. Thank you so much. So now that I have everyone's attention, I hope, it is with pleasure that I welcome you to this session, Beyond Articles, Rethinking Diamond Open Access for a Data-Driven Research Future for Early Career Researchers. So thank you for joining us today. Whether you are engaged in open science and publishing reform, or you are encountering Diamond Open Access for the first time, whether you are an ECR, which is early career researcher, or a senior professor, although this event is very much focused on ECRs. So my name is Dr. Pragya Chaube. I am an assistant professor at UPES University. This is not moving. Yeah. So this is situated in a very small city in Dehradun, right at the foothills of the Himalayas. And I just made this slide because I just wanted to show off what a pretty little campus and pretty little place it is. Oh, thank you so much. But coming back here now to present to this very hall in Bangalore, the hashtag Nama Bangalore. I am here representing this session on behalf of CoData Connect. So let me give you a brief introduction on what is CoData and why we are here. CoData is an international organization operating under International Science Council. It has, for decades, worked at the intersection of data, science, policy, standards, and infrastructure, with the mission to connect data and people to advance science and address global challenges. Increasingly, this means engaging not just with data repositories or standard bodies, but with broader ecosystem of scholarly communication, including how research outputs are defined, disseminated, evaluated, and reused. CoData Connect is the early career arm of CoData. It aims to bring ECR voices in these global conversations, because early career researchers, as we know, we are the driving horse, produce a substantial amount of this global research output, yet oftentimes we are the least represented. Therefore, this session is intentionally designed to place ECR perspectives at the center of discussions about Diamond Open Access. And what is the USP of this particular session? Why are we here? Why this session? If you have this question, that is a very good question to have. So currently, Diamond Open Access is often simply described as an open access model where neither authors or readers pay publication fees or subscription fees, which is a very starting powerful point. But in the global context where APC-based models have introduced new inequities, we are asking this question, is this enough? If Diamond Open Access only changes who pays without rethinking what counts as research output in the current ecosystem, do we risk reproducing some of these structural limitations of traditional publishing systems? In today's research landscape, especially in data-intensive fields, the published article is rarely the fullest story. The research outputs increasingly include software, data, code, work flows, protocols, and it increasingly being fed into this global knowledge graphs. So in the context of AI, LLMs, this becomes even more significant. If we are open science, then open science cannot be kept to PDFs. And while we understand this, at the same time, this transformation is going to have implications in terms of equity, labor incentives, and recognition, particularly for early career researchers. So removing APCs does not automatically remove disparities. So the core question we are going to explore today is, how can Diamond Open Access evolve into a model that is not only free to publish and free to read, but also data rich, equitable, sustainable, and supportive of the next generation of researchers? So the way this session is structured, in the first hour, right now, we have a panel with us who will be framing the entire Diamond Open Access in the context of what it means in the global publishing landscape and what it means for India and what this transformation means in terms of actually practicing research and for early career researchers. Following this, we will take a break for coffee, and when we'll be back, we will move into breakout discussions where you, the participants, you will be working with us into examining very specific themes on Diamond Open Access regarding equity between high income and low income countries, in low income context, and inclusion and multilingualism, and many more. So this goal is not only discussion, but synthesis. And we hope to generate structured insights and that can inform policy recommendations and next steps for global Diamond Open efforts. And with this, I would like to hand over the floor to my panelist speakers who can take it away from here from my hands. And I will introduce the panel speakers as as they are coming to speak. So the first speaker is Dr. Momita Kole, and she will walk us through Diamond Open Access framing in the global and Indian publishing context. Momita is a senior research analyst at DST Center for Policy Research at Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, a research fellow at the Research on Research Institute, UK. Her research focuses on advancing responsible research assessment, strengthening scientific publishing systems, promoting open science practices to enhance the accessibility, integrity, and societal relevance of scientific knowledge. So please give a huge round of applause and welcome Momita. Can we please be a bit louder than that? Come on, this is an ECR session. We are not oldies. Yeah. What? Slides. I will get you slides.
Yeah. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm hoping that people are not sleepy after the heavy Indian lunch because that's what's always happened. We eat too much in lunch and maybe rice, and then we don't like the session after lunch. But hopefully, we will all enjoy the session. And are there online participants as well? So as Pragya mentioned, I will kind of try to set the context of like where Diamond Open Access sits in the global publishing landscape, and also to some extent also in the India what's happening. I wanted to very brief because I thought that we will can have more questions around this, even if we will go for a workshop in the next round. But still, I wanted to keep it brief as well, so that we just don't speak and don't let the audience questions answered and all. Okay. So if you see that actually, it's been almost 2 decades or even more that there is the discussion of open access, that the knowledge that we are generating from the publicly funded research, because most of the places, a lot of research is done by public funds, and we produce so much of journal papers and everything, and those are not accessible to public or even accessible to other researchers. And in Indian context, this was even much more problematic, because the subscription fees of the journals were so high, and it's still high, where it was the wrong word, it's still so much high that most of the institutions in India did never had access to many journal contests. And this is not just India, most countries, specifically the low and middle income countries, it was always being a challenge. And so in that context, open access discussion was very important, and still now it's important. And we know that it's not just in India, globally also it started long back, that journal article that we are publishing from the public fund should be accessible to public freely. And that's kind of the open access agenda where we started. But what we see right now, when the Budapest Declaration and all were started, it was more like that the expectation was that the green open access, that is the author's versions will be available through repository before all the typesetting, whatever journal does with the papers. So the author's version will be available for people to understand and to learn, to know the new knowledge. And the other option was actually the kind of the diamond open access, because everybody expected that there would be journals where the papers will be freely accessible to everyone, and the cost for the publishing, of course publishing has certain cost, that will be borne by government or universities or scholarly societies. But what has happened is that the push for open access led to this gold open access model, which has become the most popular. So now when we talk about open access, everybody invariably thinks that we are talking about the paid model, where we pay the article processing charge, and the article is open access. But this was never been the original intention in open access movement. But unfortunately, we have landed here. We pay this kind of APC. On an average, in a standard journal, the APC is around 2,500 to 3,000 US dollar plus tax as well. It's just not that. And it can be as high as this 11,000 or what's not. I mean, I don't want to go there, but the standard one. And if you think about in Indian context itself, it's like PhD students 6 months stipend, something, or even maybe for in certain fields, specifically humanities, social science, it's probably a year's stipend. And when we think about this, then we of course have to question that, does it even make sense to have discussion on open access? But no, it makes sense, because all the initiative started from this vision, where we expected that it will be the community, the researcher community governed model will be the main one. Article will be free to read and publish, and the cost of running that infrastructure, of course, there is always a cost. It's not some free meal, we all know, but it's not also very costly as well. And that will be done by the government. When governments are paying to the commercial publishers so much money, they could just also run this as well. Or maybe both the system can have certain share. But we know that didn't happen. The gold model became the popular one. But why? It's also, we have to understand the why part, because we know, for example, many researchers in India, specifically in the biological a science domain, where most of the popular journal already have become the gold open access. There is no option for them even to publish in hybrid or subscription model. They even like 5, 6 authors together when they work on some papers, they pull from their salary certain parts of their salary, make that APC and try to publish. But then why they do it? Because those journals have high impact factor. And in our research assessment system, what counts as again, if I say only our is probably not, is globally true, is that high impact factor matters. The visibility matters because then you get more citation. Citation matters because you have much more than your H index is high. Many applications even ask for H index. They even ask, of course, for journal impact factor. And these journals are indexed in Web of Science and Scopus. Probably I'm reiterating this point in so many webinars, so many there, because that's what counts in most of the places. If your papers are not indexed in this kind of commercial databases like Web of Science and Scopus, then in general STEM field, your papers are also not counted as a good paper or even a legitimate paper. So because of all of this, the commercial open access journals have a huge advantage. And so they're popular. And here I kind of tried to note down that couple of things that actually matters for researchers, because that counts in their assessment. For example, journal prestige. I mean, everybody wants to publish their paper in Nature because that matters. It's probably the zenith of your research career. And then even many places, just number matters. You have to publish a lot. If you publish a lot, then your promotion is guaranteed. And I already mentioned about the citation H index, indexing factor. So the traditional research assessment, the way we are assessing researcher, at least for last 2 decades, through those particular commercial journal venues, and there all of this indicators matters a lot. And that's why the diamond has not been able to be in the mainstream. And since this is a session meant for early career researcher, if you think about it, this prestige-driven industry, the prestige-driven ecosystem, early career researchers are in much more disadvantageous situation. A professor who is now in that full professor mode, who don't have to think about any more promotion, he or she can have the liberty. If they think that I don't care about publishing anymore, I don't care about if my paper goes to a nature journal or if I publish in my local journal, I don't care. I want to do what I want to do. They have that opportunity. They can afford to do that. But not the sorry. Yeah, but not the early career researcher. Because if they try to do that, then they would be they will actually even lose their job. Maybe the VC of the university will say that, yeah, you are not doing anything. Your research is so bad, that's why you're publishing in local journal. You are trying to solve a problem in the local ecosystem, but in the global knowledge-based journal, that particular research has no value because nobody cares that how much contamination there in maybe the Bangalore water, and you are doing something about it. No global journal cares about it. And the person would then have to publish in a local Indian journal, and then their promotion won't be guaranteed. So if you see that it's not just, if you will see that it's not just that we are publishing in those journals, we are actually even shifting our research priorities to the need of the journal. And that is exactly where the unique situation or unique position where diamond open access can be helpful, because they're not driven by the profit driven economy of the commercial journal. They have the unique advantage to look into many other things. For example, why can't a diamond, because if diamond journal just follows exactly the traditional journal ecosystem doing, then what's the uniqueness? It's not just only to make it free. We have to make this ecosystem, the diamond journal ecosystem, ready for the 21st century. So why don't you talk about openness in the editorial practices? Because we all have faced this. It's a black box. You don't know why your paper got rejected at the desk rejection. So these are the places we have to make improvement if we want the diamond to be something very different, something every researcher wants. Then of course there are options to adapt to the open peer review mandatory data sharing. This session is about talking about data sharing and how to share it. We need this data sharing and infrastructure. We cannot just share data in a PDF format as a supporting information file. We need something much more here. And that is my next speaker, Mohammed will talk about it. And of course, we can also make a better recognition for the peer review. And again, it doesn't have to always be monetary. So this is my last slide. I wanted to just wrap up with that situation in India to show that actually policy choices matters a lot as well. As a country, we can make a lot of things happen if we do evidence-driven policy making. What I did here is that in last 5 years, where did we publish where Indian researchers are publishing? These are the top 10 places where Indian researchers are publishing. Because of this publish to perish kind of culture, look at that. The top 2 venues where we are publishing, one from this Elsevier one is discontinued because it's such a low quality. It's from 2025, this journal got discontinued because it's bad quality research has been published there. And this Curious, it's also notoriously known for it that it's now got delisted from Web of Science. It is a crap journal, if I put it that way. And then there are so many journals here, like this one. These are Indian journals. It operates as diamond kind of model. So we have so many diamonds there. I mean, not exactly what I'm saying, not diamond, but it's diamond. And then we are again paying so much. Also, there are Springer Nature and IEEE scientific reports, IEEE access. According to some calculation that I made, we probably have paid at least 25 crore INR in last 5 years to these journals. Over and above whatever we are paying now in One Nation, One Subscription, 2,000 crore. This is just the 2 journals that calculation I'm showing. That means so much of resources draining to other systems. And if you think that so much of resources going just for subscription, it's a similar range is our Department of Science and Department of Biotechnology's budget. So we don't have enough money even for research. So we need to come up with better policies. It's an Indian context. This is happening in India. I'm telling this from an Indian context, but I'm sure there will be the context of globally also very similar things are there. So I want to wrap it up now because I think I have given enough information for us to ponder on that why we need to think about diamond, and it should not just be we need to fix the policies, we need to fix the infrastructure, we need to have a bridge there, and we will discuss about it. How can we do it?
Thank you so much, Momita, for that very passionate discussion. And I know she's very passionate about this. And as you can see it in the way she was talking. So, and well, give her an ECR applause, please. You are all young people. Thank you. So thank you so much, Mohita. And with that framing, I think it is equally essential, not just from the policy perspective, but also from the infrastructural perspective to understand what is happening, when what kind of support and transformation we need to support Diamond Open Access. And to help us understand this, we have among us Mohammad Mustafa from DataSite. Mohammed supports institutions and communities around the world in adopting open research practices and values through DataSite memberships, services, and activities. He contributed to launching the ORCID Arabic interface, served as volunteer CrossFit ambassador, actively advocating for open research infrastructure. He also serves as a member of UNESCO Working Group on Open Science Infrastructure. So please, with that, please, Mohammed, take the floor. It's yours. Give him a round of applause, please. Yes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bragia. And yeah. And just to build on what Dr. Momita highlighted when she was talking about the current policies around supporting Diamond Open Access, what I want to talk about today is from infrastructure perspectives. But before diving into the different infrastructure perspectives, I want to highlight, I just wanted to remind ourselves with these few facts. So first of all, because I have been hearing this in the first session in the morning, around the importance of journals and journal articles, and we all agree on that. But I just want to remind ourselves that the journal article itself is the final product of a long research process. During that long research process, early career researchers and the researchers in general will produce a wide range of outputs and resources, such as research data, code, models. All of these outputs is important, and it should be openly shared where possible, persistently identifiers as much as we can, and also cited or credited in a proper way. Because when we achieve these to all research data and software and code, this will help us to increase transparency, reproducibility, and reuse also of the research outputs that we are publishing. But the current fact or the current status is these outputs remain largely invisible across different open access repositories and the systems that we are using. And also they are still absent in various evaluations, systems, and policies. Very briefly, I want to touch on what is the required infrastructure if we want to give visibility to research data, to code, to models, to software outputs. So we need a trusted infrastructure in terms of open access repositories that can maintain and disseminate these outputs and the resources. And in line with these repositories, we need to integrate them with persistent identifiers like DOIs, ORCID IDs, ROR IDs for research organizations. We need also to align with these persistent identifiers to always maintain the open metadata standard that can work across different systems, and align with that. And to back to the point that Dr. Momita was highlighting is policies surrounding putting effort towards acknowledging these outputs beyond journal articles. Very briefly, I want to refer to this statement from the UNESCO that was published in 2022, and it was mainly dedicated to open science infrastructure. It's a 6 pages document available in different languages. I highly recommend everyone to go through it and to read it. The UNESCO open science team was highlighting the importance of maintaining open science infrastructure, such as open access repositories, open journal systems, but they also highlighted the importance of adopting various persistent identifiers to identify and cite these outputs that we publish. In terms of what is the global reality that we currently have to maintain and to disseminate these various research outputs, we see different fragmentations across the system. So in well-resourced regions and the communities, they already have these repositories infrastructure is available. We have bids are integrated. We have metadata that can work across different systems. And we have outputs also that are linked to funders, to creators through these bids. But the situation is completely different in emerging communities. We have in some communities lack of underlying infrastructure, as I will show you in my upcoming slides. Like in some communities, they don't have specialized data repositories. So where early career researchers or researchers in general can disseminate and publish their research data. So the lack of underlying infrastructure like specialized data repositories to disseminate outputs. Limited metadata capacity, also the absence of national open science policies, and most importantly, the sustainability issue. So we see in various communities, there is like limited funding for a specific project, and after the fund will finish, the project work will not be carried forward. So I just wanted to briefly highlight some of the work that we did at DataSite, where we analyzed the repository, open access repositories infrastructure across different regions. And I added here a link to the DOIs if you want to access the research report and the raw data as well that we prepared. So for example, this chart shows you the open access repositories infrastructure in Asia. And what we did is we used the standardized registries like raw data, Duar, Open Duar, Coar, and also Re3 data that specialized the registry for research data repositories. And what we can see, as you can see here, a lot of countries across Asia, they don't have that infrastructure. They don't have these repositories to maintain and to publish research data, code, thesis, and dissertation. So maybe in some countries, what we found also, they have some of these repositories, but these repositories are yet not visible or discoverable in global registries. Some of these repositories they are up, but they are not running. So you are not able to access them and to see the various outputs published on them. This is also the same theme across the sub-Saharan Africa region, and this is a work also carried by my colleagues. And here you have the UI to access the raw data, but across sub-Saharan African countries, we can see the same pattern happening again. Just a few countries would have a good number of repositories, a good number of underlying infrastructure, but for the rest, nothing. Same thing across the Middle East and North Africa region as well, looking to the same open access repositories registries. We see few countries have that infrastructure to disseminate these outputs, but the majority of the countries not yet. While for the Latin American communities, there is a good movement around supporting open access repositories in some countries like Brazil, Peru, still remain in some countries in the Latin American communities, we see the underlying infrastructure is still absent. So yeah, very briefly to come back to the policy again, when we see statement, and especially when we talk about global open science implementation and open research policies, I believe it's really important to highlight and refer to like global standard, like the UNESCO Open Science Recommendation or the Barcelona Declaration on Open Research Infrastructure, where they highlighted the importance of identifying open research infrastructure as a public good. Because without sustained investment in open research infrastructure, the Diamond Open Access will be exclusive to some regions. We will see again the two system scenarios where in some communities, in some regions, you have the infrastructure up and running, bids are adopted, but in some communities, the complete opposite. In terms of very briefly the role of persistent identifiers and how it can really help disseminating research outputs beyond articles, I want to briefly touch on the key aspect why bids are important. So for example, for DOIs or ORCID IDs, they play a key part in making your research outputs findable, easy to find. They play a key part in tracking the citations and give you credit as an early career researchers as well. And in terms of metadata practices, like rich metadata information will help you to build that context and that relationship for these outputs to connect research data, for example, using ORCID ID with the academic researcher, to connect research data with the funder through the ROR ID, to connect research data with the institution through the ROR ID as well. And all of these efforts will help in increasing and enhancing the reusability of research outputs. But if we don't have these bids implemented across our systems, we will be missing a lot. So data will exist, but it's not that discoverable. Reusability could happen, but without an attribution to the researchers who created these outputs. And then again, we'll have the risk of having that fragmentations in the system where we have two-tier global research visibility. That's why I think, like from a technical perspective and looking to DataSite, we already have that infrastructure, bid infrastructure that allow research organizations to register over 30 different types of outputs. But I think the core thing is to move from the like the existence of the research data to the recognition. So as Dr. Momita highlighted, the policy around recognizing research data, code, dissertation, thesis, all of these as a part of the scholarly record and giving it the right attribution. So that's why, for example, work like Cora is very important in reforming the research assessment. In terms of data site, we are a non-profit organization registered in Germany since we started in 2009. So we are a global community of research organizations. We all coming together because we want to ensure that all research outputs, not only journal articles, are visible, are connected as well. So what we do is within our current community, we have over 1,700 organizations across 68 countries. Over 113 million DOIs are registered. And just to give you an idea about the resolutions and how data site DOIs are being accessed, just in 2025, we have retrieved across 1 billion resolutions in 2025 alone. So in terms of what we do for universities and the research organizations, we help them create DOIs for a wide range of outputs such as research data and code. We help them to connect research. We built also integrated services that can work across different systems like repositories and publication systems as well. And the ultimate goal for all of us to facilitate the discoverability and also enhance the reusability of these outputs and the resources. And this is a screenshot from our registry. And as you can see, the 1,700 organizations that are using our services are registering a wide range of outputs and resources. You have research data, you can register it. You have preprint, you can register. You have software, you have code. You can upload it to your repository and register that code with a DOI. You have dissertation and thesis. You can do the same. You have report. You have a grant or award. You want to register information about this grant with a DOI. You can also do that. So yeah, very briefly, this is almost to the final slide. So in terms of our support as an organization for Diamond Open Access, as this is written in our mission, we connect research and advanced knowledge. We provide that persistent identifier infrastructure associated with its open metadata to support fair and sustainable community-driven ecosystem. Beyond articles, as you saw, we provide DOIs for a wide range of outputs and the resources. And these DOIs, along with their open, rich metadata information, can play a key part in increasing visibility, building connections between articles and research data. And as a global community-led infrastructure, we also work a lot with universities, libraries, and research organizations in general. And yeah, we see ourselves as an open science enabler supporting transparency and openness and collaboration across the ecosystem. And yeah, I just wanted to highlight this at the end. Diamond Open Access is not only about removing paywalls from articles and have free ABC journal publications. It's about also building the infrastructure that allows all forms of knowledge, whether it's research data, code, software, to become visible, reusable, and valued as well. And I think in the next slide, my colleague Sarias will, because all of these infrastructure work will land on people, on the shoulders of people, especially the early career researchers, that often their contribution will appear without clear recognition for them or even reward. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mohammed. And yes, I'm sorry I had to rush you because, well, we don't want to keep people waiting for their coffee. So with this, I would like to invite a very talented ECR for the next talk. Cyrus Walther is joining us online. He's an early career researcher affiliated with CoData. He's part of the CoData's executive committee. He's also a doctoral researcher at Dortmund, Germany, working in data-intensive research environments, including large-scale physics collaborations. And well, there are a lot of things over here. Well, he's also one of the people who I know who has an award named after him. I got to learn about it very recently, so congratulations. So
Thank you.
yes, please, with this, Cyrus, the floor is yours. And may I request you to, let's say, make it 10 minutes?
I'll
Because
do my
we-
very best.
Thank you so much.
So first, let me share some slides here. Let's see. There we go. Can you see something full screen?
Yes.
Very well. Okay, so first of all, thank you so much for being with me. This is, actually, one second. Let me move this to my main screen so I'm actually looking at you while presenting. Can you still see this? Yes, you can. Very well. Apologies for this moving. Now we move back to full screen. So this is indeed very nice to be invited to this beautiful talk and to this beautiful session. So my name is Cyrus, and thank you so much for the introduction. I'm representing two parts here. So one is on the top right. I have it on every slide. It's the Committee on Data, Co-Data, who's doing very important work, especially with us early careers, part of their executive committee, always raising the voice of early careers. The second one is my university, Technical University Dortmund in Germany. So I'm welcoming you currently from Dortmund, and I very much regret not being able to be in India locally. So let's continue from here. Sorry. The first thing to keep in mind is this talk is about a combination of two very interesting topics. One is early career scientists, from a person who is an early career scientist, so someone who can actually tell you from the personal experience and how it is. And the second is large-scale experiments, because both of them have a very interesting take. And I framed this between expensive articles and the hunt for recognition. And I believe this is very well fitting the perspective of what's currently going on in a person's head who's in the middle between being an early career scientist and in a large-scale experiment. So let me start with stealing from something I did in the past, which is a slide from International Data Week in Brisbane earlier last year, which is around the elephant in the room. If you talk about large-scale infrastructures and large-scale experiments, as we do have them in experimental particle physics, if you think of something of that, if you want to have something in mind, you talk about CERN or large telescopes you might have locally sitting in your country, depending on where you're from. The first point is, if you talk about open data with them, these large-scale experiments, they have to be funded by multiple countries because they're way too expensive for one country. What does that lead to? That leads to membership institutes that only come from the countries that fund this experiment. So let's say there's an experiment that Germany doesn't support. Then my university can do anything they want. They can put themselves upside down. They will not get into this community because Germany is not among the funding countries. So that means if you want to have data from that experiment, in order to be a member of that experiment, to get access to the data, you have to pay the membership fee and become members. But for that, your country has to be part of the funding countries. All of that is heavily restricting. So in order for the members who are actually part of the community to share their data, that's super difficult. Even if I would want to, just by the concept of how the funding is structured and how expensive these experiments are, it's incredibly difficult to share the data publicly while still making sure the funding countries get their benefit of research for which they paid. So let's make that a second slide. Second, there's a very important thought that I wanted to grab from my previous speaker, who made generally amazing points, which is it's all about building open and sustainable infrastructure that allows all forms of knowledge, including data, code, samples, and other research outputs, to be visible, properly credited, and reusable. And let me underline a few parts of this. Why and what of this is specifically important for these large-scale collaborations. The first thing is this framing of allowing. If you demand them to share the data, they're not going to publish in your journal. So they're going to move. Because right now, publishing the data is especially difficult, as we learned. But by allowing that, they see other people are sharing their data, and this is a benefit. So there's incentive to move towards this. While this takes a while, this is a long-standing process. Second, you have reusability is an extension of the impact of a collaboration. You see this with something like the Fermi satellite collaboration, who publishes all of their data. They have a much bigger impact on what they can actually achieve with their research because they're always cross-published with other people publishing their research values and cross-checking that with their data. Next, sharing code is also a larger cross-check in the community. There are many, many researchers who are not in a specific collaboration. However, if the data is open, they will use it and they will let you know as soon as something is fishy. And that is very important since we all strive for generally scientific good practice. And the last point on the slide is open sharing also breaks up this concept of collaboration held data standards, especially if you have the most part, like the majority of researchers in a specific very narrow field, you'll set the data standard. And by your data standard being set to your data and your collaboration, if you don't have the internal tools to process this data, you cannot access this data. This is, of course, very much against the fair values, but also breaking this up is insanely difficult. But this is done by these incentives to, if you share your data, it also has to be accessible. It doesn't make any sense if you have your data shared but not accessible. So now, moving forward, making the point here, open access data serves as an incentive to move toward open observation, observatories and experiments. Next is talking about the vision. The vision of what is actually the question for Diamond Open Access, being a little bit provocative here. The previous speaker also said, all infrastructure discussions ultimately come back to people, especially early career researchers. This underlines 2 points. The first thing is, early career researchers looking for ways to stay in science. This concept of Diamond Open Access requires a new string of professionals, something like data stewards, everything around that. There's a variety of jobs you have to create there. This diversifies pathways. So there's not only the way of becoming a professor and then staying in science, but you can also go other ways. This is specifically interesting for early career researchers, and we'll see why in a second. And the second part is, however, even if you have to create these jobs, this money is definitely coming from the funders and from the government. So this is super dependent on the funders and the politicians. So let's say there's a political change and a movement towards a completely different direction, and someone cuts this. These concepts of journals and publishing that are meant to last for a very long time and be very stable are very, let's call it shaky towards political change, which is something you actually don't want if you want a continuous career in science. This is a very interesting slide. The question is, who am I? And this is not about me personally, although this is a picture of me. This is about something completely else, which is who am I as an early career researcher? Now we're shifting from the perspective of I am part of a large-scale collaboration towards I am also an early career researcher. What does that mean? And what does that mean for early career researchers in general? The first point is early career researchers are in a field that is heavily competitive. And we all know that, especially all of the seniors who are in the room. You know this. You know all of you went through this struggle. The second point here is that social media just right now empowers people to share all of their wins and successes, but they'll not share their losses. So that results in young researchers, although the field is already competitive, to compare themselves constantly through social media to the best representation of all of their colleagues. So constantly, this comparison increases tension within the community because you see, oh, someone else is successful. Why am I not successful today? I might have gotten a grant 4 weeks ago, but today another person got a grant. So I'm worse than that, I guess. And that focuses them really on success metrics. So that leads to young researchers right now being more talking in the language of young researchers, locked in more than ever. So they're so focused on this, on pursuing this path, they cannot think of anything else. And they cannot think of anything else than pushing for the metrics that are existed. And you know what this leads to? Metrics, if you talk about about standards, especially of gold and diamond standards. You have Diamond Open Access. What does this do to early career researchers? On one hand, it allows transparency and possible learning. And this we also got from a previous speaker. That allows early careers to actually learn how to improve the review process and how to improve their writing. That's good. On the other side, it improves visibility and gives credit to the executing individuals, which is from a previous speaker. On the other side, you have gold open access. What does this lead to if you have it? This leads to high fees and road stoppers for early career researchers. And that happens not only, but especially to non-first world research countries, if you want to call them so. Because if you're an early career researcher in a very wealthy country like Germany is, sometimes your boss might have the money to fund you one very expensive article. However, if you are in a country where these resources are not given, this is not going to happen. So you're not going to publish in Nature because you cannot pay for this. So there's no chance whatsoever. So you're trying to hunt for these metrics that you cannot pay for. So you're completely stuck and you're getting more and more frustrated in that road. Next, this gold standard, it allows for comparison and ranking of research. So it fuels more and more into this concept of comparing yourself to others through pushing metrics that are really number focused, that are very dependent on the money you put in. Maybe you remember this slide. This was actually not the whole truth. There was more to this quote, which is they are the ones producing the data, code, and other outputs, often without clear recognition or reward. This is something I want to highlight here because this quote has two very important parts. This is not only the good side about DOA, but it's also a specific issue we have to face. This is DOA allowing for reallocation of credits, and the tasks from DOA, from this overhead that is created through DOA, are predestined as work for early career researchers, given their, I would call it, another annoying thing we have to do in research character. So a lot of researchers will see it as just another annoying thing, and they will just put it to their early careers. This creates something very interesting. Let's say I'm an early career researcher and I want to see how I can pursue my path to a full position in research or a continuous position in research. I'll see this very interesting door that's called Diamond Open Access, and there are so many jobs there that are now newly created. However, behind this door is a big amount of quicksand, because you want to work with Diamond Open Access, but you're stuck in this massive pile of tasks of overheads, and you're not getting out of there. So you suddenly find yourself in this quicksand. You're not getting out of there. You're not competitive anymore with your colleagues because you're working so many overhead tasks, and you cannot actually publish any of your research because you don't do enough research because you're stuck in overhead tasks. So in the end, you find yourself walking through a very interesting, pretty door that in the end is just quicksand behind it. So Diamond Open Access incentivizes further work on research outputs, but this opens new traps for exploitation, and we have to be very careful about this. So now last slide before we come to conclusions. The first speaker talked about traditional research assessment. And to me, this is a matter of values. And I would like to do a small intermezzo on this because I believe it's very important. Previous speaker said, this puts early career researchers at disadvantage. And this is to multiple factors that I wanted to outline again. The first thing is this traditional research assessment penalizes the training of valuable personal skills that are apart from research. The second is it favors metrics that are highly dependable on financial resources. So that also, it also highly disadvantages people who don't have financial means, which are early careers by definition. And the pre-last thing, it's self-sustaining, because if you made it, that means you start to believe the scientific values of publishing in the way it is right now. So you will start to further this to the next generation. So all of the new early careers that made it will push this specific traditional research assessment. And lastly, this redirects responsibility for innovation to the journals. So that means if you want to be innovative, the decision on whether you get published or not is by the journals. So the journals decide what is innovative and what is out of the box thinking and what is just complete rubbish. So that is highly, highly subjective to people who actually don't do the research. So in the end, we as the community let other people decide what we believe is innovative and what not. So let's come to conclusions. What did we learn? We learned making data public is difficult for large-scale collaborations, but DOA will be an incentive to move towards these open observatories. Sorry, there's a space missing. DOA stability highly depends on funders and politicians, which makes it less interesting for early career scientists. Young researchers are highly locked in at the moment, which is something you have to keep in mind when working with them. DOAs incentivize work on further research outputs, which is great for young researchers. However, this offers large pitfalls for young ambitious researchers. And lastly, DOA is after all one gear to switch in a larger machine of assessment of researchers to actually move forward the perspective of early career researchers. And with that, I'm finished, and I hope I gave you a small introduction into the mind of an early career researcher at the moment, and happily hand over to the last speaker of the round.
Great. Can we have a round of applause? Because that was a very brilliant summary of your lived experience at CCR and what, what are the pitfalls that there are for Diamond Open Access for early career researcher. That was wonderful, Cyrus. So with that, we have now moved to the last speaker of this panel. Finally, I would like to invite Professor Rahul Siddharthan. He's a professor of computational biology at the Institute of Mathematical Sciences, Chennai, although he has earned PhD in physics from IC Bangalore. So to say his research interests include bioinformatics, genomics, evolutionary biology, machine learning, but he is also deeply passionate about reforming science and has been working in the ecosystem and in the Indian landscape for a very long time. As an ECR in India, I think he has one of the most profound voices when it comes to reforming Indian open science landscape. And with this, I would like to give the floor to him and have his perspective and understand from him what it means, what Diamond OA means in India, and how we can proceed and what it can do for ECRs. Floor is yours, Rahul.
Okay, thank you very much, Pragya, and thank you for the invitation. And sorry I'm not there in person, but I was just traveling the last couple of days before this, so it was a bit difficult to travel again. I think I'll be fairly brief here. I'm not an early career researcher, but I was at one point, and perhaps my perspective from those days might also help a little. So before we get to, Diamond Open Access, which is a fairly recent term, I think. As Momita said in her first talk, the original intention was not gold open access. And in fact, the original intention pushed by Harold Warmus in the late 1990s was for PubMed Central to be a repository of published literature. And it does archive a lot of full texts, but as things turned out, most of them were not put there immediately on publication, but after delays of 6 months or a year, and many journals did not even get on board. So as a result, in 2000, both Varmus and colleagues and Vitek Drax, I think his name was, started open access publishing company. So Drax founded Biomed Central, and Varmus and Eisen and others founded PLOS. And both of these operated on the gold open access model. So the thing I would like to emphasize is that it was a bunch of Western scientists in rich countries who thought that this is the answer. I don't think anybody in a developing country could have possibly thought that author pays makes any sense at all. But their ideology was that we should public should have access to taxpayer-funded results. So let scientists pay from their grants to make it freely available. Even in the West, this does not make a whole lot of sense. Because there are a lot of scientists, for example, mathematicians, theoretical physicists, and so on, who do not have that kind of grant money. And if you're running a lab that costs like hundreds of thousands of dollars, then maybe a few $1,000s in ABCs is not an issue. But if you're basically only asking for a laptop computer and a little bit of travel, then suddenly being asked to pay up thousands of dollars to publish your papers makes no sense at all. Secondly, as I said, I was a young scientist then. I was a grad student in the 90s, and there was already a much better model in retrospect. I feel this is it's what we call green open access now. It was started by what is now called archive.org. At that time, it was called xxx.lanl.gov. It was a repository in Los Alamos National Laboratory. It later moved to Cornell, where it still is. And it was a place where initially high energy physicists, and by the time I got into the field, physicists of all kinds, exchanged preprints. So instead of snail mailing or emailing their preprints to each other, they could put it on a repository and everybody could download it and read it. And it became an accepted means of communication in that community very quickly. And it's still a little bit of a mystery to me today why physicists, mathematicians, computer scientists, many engineering communities quickly adopted this, even economists, but biologists, chemists, and many other scientists did not. So today we have bioRxiv and medRxiv and so on, but it's been really a struggle to get people to use these things. So that was my early experience that archive was the way to share your papers. What's the problem with archive? So in many cases, archive papers were there before the journal publication, but after it is published, you might put the final author version up there, and it's just accepted practice. And all physics journals allow you to do this. In contrast, but archive also lets you put a paper there after it has already been published, whereas bioRxiv and others don't allow that. I think it's for some IP reason, but it's a little mysterious to me. So the ideal solution for me in the real world that we live in is green open access, where yes, journal subscriptions are horrendously expensive, and you sort of shut off the public community from reading those journals, but you do have alternative ways to access those papers via these archives. But for whatever historical reason, that did not happen. Instead, gold open access became popular in the biology community, initially via BMC and PLOS. BMC was a commercial publisher, and PLOS claims to be non-commercial. But it's been completely taken over by the Elsevier's and Springer Natures, and Springer Nature now owns BMC and people like that. So it's perhaps more lucrative for them than library subscriptions ever were. So with that, and also a few words on open data, like both Mohammed and Cyrus were talking about. Open data, of course, is essential for research reproducibility. And as Mohammed said, it's the end product of a long process, and the intermediate outputs should also be sort of known and shared. So to me, it seems like this is improving. For example, many journals ask you to upload your code not on GitHub or something, but on Zenodo. And that's a snapshot of the version of the code that was actually used to write your paper. And I think that's a good step forward. So this ties in with so people have been talking about alternatives to the journal format that treats research more as a living document rather than as a PDF that is sort of frozen in time. So with modern technology, you have things like Jupyter Notebooks, which can combine text and code and animations and so on. And it really is a very valuable way to share knowledge. And most tutorials and things like that these days are shared in that format. But as a sort of research of record, I still see a couple of problems with that. So when I first started using computers in school, high school, the word processor that everyone used was WordStar. So if anybody sends you a WordStar document now, good luck reading it. So similarly, Jupyter is great, but 20 years from now or 40 years from now, can people still use Jupyter notebooks? So we have to think about all those things when we think about preserving research for the future, not just disseminating it for the present. So I'm not saying I have answers to any of these things. Also, by the way, I don't have slides, partly because I don't have these answers. So let's just say that in principle, Diamond Open Access is desirable. It's really the ideal world where you publish your paper for free and other people read it for free. And it's in terms of data sharing, one more point I had to make that Cyrus said that you should allow but not demand it. If you demand it, people will go elsewhere. But what if the entire community demands it? And again, there's an example from bioinformatics, where it has been the standard practice since 2003. And this impetus came from the Human Genome Project, where they shared sequence data as and when it was produced. This was in again the 1990s, and it turned out to be a very successful way to accelerate the research. So what they did was in 2003, some of the major funders of bioinformatics research, the Wellcome Trust and NIH and I think somebody else, basically Sangha maybe, got together and got the community together and came up with what they call the tripartite system of responsibility between data producers, data funders, and data consumers. And the idea was that data producers will share their sequencing data, whether it be DNA sequence or protein sequence, protein structure, whatever, as it is produced, but definitely at the time of submitting the paper. In many cases, before even submitting the paper, data consumers will respect the rights of the data producers and will not conduct large-scale analyses of this data that could possibly spook the data producers. And data funders will respect the necessity of this for an open system. That's kind of it in a nutshell. It has worked very well for almost a quarter century, in my opinion. So it's not an impossible ask, and it's being done in some fields right now. Okay, getting back to Diamond Open Access, the question, of course, is of funding. And if you can have public and private funding for things like bioRxiv and archive, which allow free reading as well as free submission, and given that reviewers are not paid by journals, then why can't you have a journal that has an additional reviewing process on top of the free submission and free publication? It has to be funded by somebody, but it can be funded by taxpayers, it can be funded by consortia across countries and so on. And I don't think there is a good answer to why not accept that it is us. It's the community has to agree to change the way we look at reputable journals. We're kind of in the pockets of the publishing industry, and as several speakers have said, from the top down, publishing in Nature Science Cell is valued, publishing in independent journals is not. There are gold Diamond Open Access journals. For example, all of the Indian Academy of Science journals are Diamond Open Access. But that's again a curious case because they're co-published with Springer. And if you Google, for example, Journal of Biosciences, Google sends you first to the Springer page where it asks you to pay 39 euros per journal article. In fact, you can get it for free via the Academy's page, but that's not the first hit you get. So I think I should wrap up quickly, but I'll just make the point that we live in an age of mega journals like PLOS ONE Scientific Reports, and some of which were mentioned also by Momita, Curium, and so on. So they soak up there is an exaggerated demand for publishing because of the incentives we have, and these people are soaking that up by publishing 20, 30,000 articles a year. And I don't know whether there is any Diamond journal that could, any way to fund a Diamond journal that could cater to that kind of a demand. But on the plus side, there are other fields like math, computer science, and so on, where the idea of APCs is unthinkable, and Diamond Open Access either already exists or people are working towards it. Part of it is, I think, a lot of the costs of journals like PLOS and eLife is cosmetic. It is typesetting, proofreading, and so on, which those other fields don't bother with. They just publish the author typeset PDF files as it is. Why don't we just do that? So we need a conversation among scientists on why do we need these big journals in the first place? And as long as we're not willing to change our own assessment, Diamond Open Access is not likely to happen. Of course, I have a lot more to say, but I don't have unlimited time. So yeah, I'll hand it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we have a round of applause, please? And can I have my speakers stand up and take a bow, because you guys and all the ones joining online, please take a bow as well, because you guys did a fantastic job in framing this entire session. Please, Mohammed and Momita, please everyone, a huge round of applause for all our speakers. Thank you so much. So before we move on to the next segment, there is a very small time for very few quick questions. I'm going to give it specifically 2 questions and 5 minutes. So do we have a question in the room for our speakers? Yes, sir. Let me come to you. Can you please introduce yourself?
Yeah. Hi, I'm Devdas. From industry and technology media. I have very, I can say raw question. Not basically, I want to know, any country specific, data privacy, data sovereignty, regulatory issues affecting the open access, I can say the publication. To be more specific, for example, country like India, for example, we have a regulation where the data what is originated in India has to be in a server within India. So yeah, that is one I can say. I think every country having it. Not all country, but some country. But I understood is Europe have, US have, India do have. So yeah.
Okay. So anyone wants to take up this?
Maybe I just from the bioinformatic point of view, can I quickly answer that?
Yes, please.
So as I said, in bioinformatics since 2003, data sharing has been the norm, and there are so the major database is NCBI, but they have there are databases like Swissport in Switzerland, and there's something in Japan, and so on around the world. But data is data. There is no reason that data produced in your country has to be stored in your country. The idea is that anybody in the world can use it. Americans can use my data, I can use their data. So if you have that point of view, I don't think there is any reason to say we need India-specific servers. That said, there are cases where there are sensitivities in sharing data, and this especially comes up when you have human data and perhaps things like bio samples and so on. And it is actually extremely hard to share clinical data because laws on anonymity vary across countries, and just anonymizing is not enough. It has to be completely unidentifiable before you share it. And this sort of data sharing culture has also not percolated into the medical community that much. So there is an attitude that if I produce the data, I have the right to it. So my feeling is that we should not view this from the lens of nationalism. We should view it from the lens of solving the problem of advancing science globally with a give and take thing.
Thank you so much, Rahul. I hope that answers your question. Right. Yes. Okay. There's one more question.
Thank you so much, all the speakers, especially Cyrus. I could relate to each and every point you mentioned regarding the perspective of ECR's early career researchers when it comes to the differences between diamond OA and gold OA, and in general, open science. Largely, as we are in the start of our research career. This is largely a question from a policy perspective. Since I'm trained in policy and development, science in itself has been very quote unquote exclusionary when it comes to the access of it in a country which is very deeply rooted in its discriminatory practices across sections like India. And also no difference when it comes to countries other than India as well. For example, caste, race, and gender, disability. So access or being able to access itself is a question. My question is pointing to the intersectionality of making science or research output per se open. When we talk about policy advocacy from a national or international perspective through community driven and collaboration driven networks, where do we see an inclusivity in the advocacy? Let's say we see light on the other end of the tunnel, but what about, or how should we frame the inclusivity in the access from a larger intersectional perspective? Open to any of the panelists.
Yes. Well, that's a very interesting question. And for your benefit, this is one of the questions that I had actually put for the breakout sessions. So I wanted the audience to think about this and not everything coming from the speakers. But Cyrus, would you like to have a go?
Yes. So first of all, let me thank you for this question. This question goes very, very deep into the concepts of how we understand science and how we understand ourselves as scientists. Before I answer, let me put out an invitation to Co-Data Connect. Pragi is one of our co-chairs. The way you frame your question, you would be very, very happy to join our discussions and our initiatives in the early career part of Co-Data, where we push such initiatives like this session to discuss questions like the one you asked. To address this question partially and partially leave it to the roundtables later, which I will not be part of, I can give you a perspective also again from an early career perspective. If you want to talk about how to make science inclusive, the question is, who do you do science for? And in the end, the question goes back to what is the purpose of science? The purpose of science, if you go a little bit deeper, is somehow connected to making the world a better place and advancing our knowledge about the universe and everything within it. So in the end, a scientist, in the depth of their heart, strives towards advancing the knowledge of humanity. Humanity, per definition, includes everybody. So the moment you start restricting your knowledge from other people, saying, I want to know more than them, for some reason, that is not the purpose on why you do this research. You don't want someone to know more than the other person. You want everybody to know more. Because in the end, what your intrinsic goal is to strive for the most knowledge about the universe you can. So if you want to do this, you have to give the knowledge to everybody, because that is the way on how you together can create the most knowledge that's possible. That only, however, holds as long as everybody in this room, every person who frames themselves as scientists works after this concept. So the moment anyone starts to take stuff from them for themselves, the intrinsic human thought of egocentrism starts to kick in, and everybody decides, I am now the center of my research, so I will keep research to myself and knowledge to myself. With all of us every day pursuing this mind of we want humanity to know the most about the universe, this is the moment where you kickstart this thought about science being inclusive to everybody.
Great. Thank you so much, Cyrus, for that wonderful response. Can we have a round of applause for Cyrus and all the speakers? So with this, I would close this flow and I would like to move on to the next segment, which is the breakout sessions. And I can see that there are few people over there who are sitting alone or something. I would advise you to join a table where there are other people in the group as well. That is for your benefit, because I'm going to come to each table and ask for your opinion on some of the questions that we are going to be addressing in the next segment. So do we want some rearrangement over here, or everybody's happy where they are? Because if you're a single person or like two people on the table, then it could mean that, well, you will be thinking alone, and if that is your style, that is perfectly fine. But if you want to join other tables where there are people, please do that. Thank you, Rahul and Cyrus, for joining us today for the panel session. And yeah, you are most welcome to stay for the next segment if you'd like, but yes, it's up to you. So
I have to apologize. I will have to go because my next meeting starts in around 5 minutes. So I will have to rush. But it was really a pleasure being around. And for everybody, just let me know if you want to contact me. Pragya has all my contact details. She can reach me on any channel. So feel free to reach out to her to reach me.
great. Thank you so much, Cyrus. I will share the Core Data Connector channels with everyone. And Rahul, you are on mute.
Yeah, so I'll stay online, but I'll do other things. But if you need me,
Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you.
thanks.
Can we put a PPT? And this one, beyond articles. Beyond articles. Where is this? This way? Okay. So for the breakout session, there are particular, okay, well, we have very small groups. So would you like to sit with the other people? Because there are two and two of you. So maybe all six of you can join forces. So this is going to be very quick because I'm going to give you about 5 minutes or so to discuss about each particular topic that we have put over here. Well, so the first question is, what is a realistic and fair minimum standard for data sharing for reproducibility and open workflows in Diamond open access journals, given disciplinary diversity and unequal access to infrastructure? So please select who is going to be talking from each table, because there will be one person and you have 10 minutes, and please start discussing among yourself now.
Recording the presentation. Recommendations they are taking. Each discipline and disciplinary balance data and understand what data there is not
Unified definition.
Economic research
Yeah.
So I have to prepare with colleagues, but I have to teach, I have to research, I have to perform a different test, and I still need to data. I always want to help. Yeah, then-
5 more minutes.
Maybe they know the main umbrella of the
Okay. Tables, are we ready to wrap up our okay. Well, exactly 2 minutes left. You are ready? Right. Okay. Just 1 more minute for both the tables. Well, you are the faster table. Okay. Fine. I am going to stop all of you now. And I'm going to randomly name these tables A, B, and C. So for right now, we will start with table B because you guys finished earlier. Who would be speaking on behalf of the entire table? Please. Please make it quick.
Thank you, ma'am. Just a minute. We have framed some code for the minimum standard for data sharing. So we have coded, sir, it is related to policy, which is there related to data sharing. Another thing is the quality of data produced, whether it is useful or not. And then comes how long we will preserve. That means the data life cycle. So based on that, one example I can give, suppose there is one new research which has been done for the blood cancer. And if that data is there, it has been done in the Harvard University or the Stanford University, and that data they have found, they have already did it. So in one part of the world, the research has been conducted. Now that research again done by some other university, it doesn't make any sense because already what they found, another research can be done based on what they have found. So data sharing is very, very important when it comes to help the humanity when we are going to make some good medicines or finding out some new treatment. So there, this three parameters which we have taken is the quality of the research, and for research you need a proper accurate data which you have found out of the strenuous work which you take for the collecting data. Okay. Another is how long we'll keep it in repository life cycle. Then it has to be kept for a very long time until and unless some new research will not come and new data will be not found out from this data what we have done in the previous research. And another point, why we need to share. We need to share because we cannot limit ourselves, and this is not needed only for the one part of the world. It is needed for everyone, and it is for the benefit of all. So these, if we go with these three parameters, quality of the data and the longevity of the data, and another is how to access. So this is my point on this particular question.
Thank you so much. And I am randomly going to pick table number C. So, yes. Yeah.
So hi, I'm Carolina from Brazil. So we discussed that the question of minimum standards is having minimum standards is hard or even maybe an utopia, because each discipline uses, understands, and values data in a specific manner. So in many disciplines, there are a lack of awareness of what data is and how to prepare data to share, and how to effectively share within the structures that are available. So in addition to that, we think that there is a lack of training for research staff in general of how to prepare and to share data. And there is also a lack of support, like supporting services and maybe supporting librarian staff to help people prepare and share their data. And one thing that Professor Momita mentioned, it's very interesting, is that how librarians should reimagine themselves within this process to from the printing world to the over digitized world, and how when this world of data is very important. So to help researchers do this.
Thank you so much. Now coming to table number A.
Thanks. So I'm speaking on behalf of everybody. If I miss something, please jump in. Complicated question. Initial simple answer, location. So where are we going to put it? And the tools to do it. But life is not so simple, right? So there are multiple ways to compartmentalize regions and context. So rather than a mandate that would apply universally, you might need to look at the relevant contexts. Disciplinary, group of countries, region, whatever. We then talked about the tripart system that we heard about in the talk. So
it needs to be efforts from who is funding, who is consuming, and who is producing. But it's important that the standards are acceptable to the community and the discipline involved in terms of the data usability and accuracy. Language can be a barrier. So you can get the gist if you've got the relevant metadata and multilingualism factored in. Because it's harder to translate data. AI can translate text, but you can't translate data, right? Then we talked about, in a commercialized world, how and what defines the minimum standards, because we have gold as let's say desirable endpoint at the moment. So it is also about incentives, and it is also about who and what should move in this context, right? So incentive system and a governance structure for decision-making frameworks, right? Can this be a social enterprise? Can this be a public-private enterprise? And then finally, we talked about whatever it is that is getting out there, as the question wants, it should truly make a difference to society, right? So it's not just about an individual getting their individual degree qualification, for instance, right? And that speaks to social connectivity, right? So are the things being studied and researched actually helping? And here we should remember, and this I didn't get to voice aloud because we ran out of time, but my own point adding to that social resonance is that here we should remember not just hard sciences, but also humanities and social science, which hasn't actually been covered so much, but there is a lot in there that is actually underrepresented.
Thank you so much, everyone. Please, a huge round of applause for yourselves. You guys, this is a lot of thinking for 10 minutes. So, yeah. So with this, I am actually randomly going to choose the next question. Okay, this one. If Diamond Open Access removes APCs but not disparities in infrastructure, training, and recognition, what concrete measures are needed to prevent a new divide between ECRs in high income and low and middle income countries? I will give you 5 minutes because we are running out of time, but these recommendations from you are very important for us to move forward. So please, your 5 minutes start now. One minute up, 4 more minutes to go. minutes up. 3 more to go. Two more minutes. One last minute, everyone. Thirty seconds. Five, four, three, two, one. Yes. Okay. So that was okay. Table B wants to go again first. Wow. I am loving this energy. Yeah. I'm trying to. Okay. But can I request you to please keep it within 1 minute? And please, table A, would you request this?
I will support. Sir will speak and we will.
Thank you very much. So we discussed about the if we just remove APC, so people will have free access to the resources. But the problem is for the developing countries and underdeveloped, socioeconomic conditions not same as developed country. So in that case, even if you are making it free, the access to this kind of access remains a problem. So that's why what we try to discuss. Yeah.
Access, open access, and we will be pulling that fund for
Yeah.
infrastructure creation. And in that, good libraries can work with the collaboration with the libraries. Government can put that funding for infrastructure development, and Diamond Open Access will also supporting us. So we appreciate Diamond Open Access and accept it. And with the good infrastructure, we will pull the fund to the creation of infrastructure. And this will be especially for underdeveloped and developing country where there is a digital divide and socio-economic conditions are not good. So the libraries can come out and collaborate, and libraries are doing good work. Yeah, thank you so much. Yes, yes. So we appreciate for this, and this is giving us a very good opportunity to work in this area and giving a solution to the problem as well.
Thank you so much. That is exactly the point of this session. This is what Sridhar sir has asked me. This session should come up with solutions. So this is what we are doing right now. Which table would like to go next? Yep.
So we took a very different perspective and we talked about how researchers must act as a disciplinary community and go beyond the economic divisions between high, medium, and low income countries to push for an effective change from gold to diamond. So as we done during COVID, the biomedical community collaborated beyond the economic divisions to reach better results for share results for overcome the pandemics. And you mentioned another, the physics community did with the archive. Yeah, so go beyond the divisions. That's it.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Now coming to the last table over here. Who is summarizing?
Lot of discussion. So I may get it wrong because there was a lot of discussion. Okay. So different ideas, right? One you will hear in more detail in a poster session tomorrow. Yes. Okay. Which is all about a triangulation of a fair trade system model. So, fair trade and moving of goods, that being applied to publishing. The other is, and that links with an idea to also think about, in certain cases, commercialization of the research outputs for that ECR or that ECR community. Okay. And then we talked about, change of the incentive system. In any case, the session has talked about, and that has to happen to do this. But to achieve that change of the incentive system, what we need to do is change the minds of the institutional and government leaders, because we can't change the incentive system without their backing. And I don't know if I missed anything else.
Thank you so much. Okay, so there is one more question that I wanted to run with all of you, but I will take it more in an open floor format. The last question that I'm going to put, this is an open floor discussion. Anyone who has something to say, raise your hand. What do you think, what kind of skills and support ECRs should be provided for this Diamond Open Access transformation to happen? And who should take the responsibility for their training and providing that support, whether the funders, the journals, the government, institutions? What do you think? What are your opinions on that? No group discussion, just trying to get an understanding from each one of you. Yes.
Thank you. I was waiting for that question to be. As a recent postgraduate from an institution in India and an institution in the Europe, France, particularly, so last year I postgraduated in international development, and I started working right after. So it's been 1.5 years I've been in the industry, in think tank, and now entrepreneur. What I feel is the industry connect when it comes to any sort of field in largely intellectual work or knowledge work per se. We are taught to research, we are taught to, up to an extent, publish it, to write academically. But when it comes to executing the ideas and disseminating it in the language which will be understood by a larger community apart from the academic community, the institutions fail. So I believe what I call, interestingly, science communication and the aspects of it is very necessary. And I believe institutions and senior researchers should be upfront in transferring this skill to ECRs. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Do we have any addition to that? Do we want to make any addition to that? Oh, we don't. So that means we are in a very good place to close the session. If there are no further recommendations, then can we have a huge round of applause for the sole person who's yes. And as I close the session, this is particularly for the ECRs in the crowd. We have already discussed what is CoData and what is CoData Connect. I will not go into the details, but this is our mission that we build a global network of early career data professionals. We advance the skills and careers through training, mentorship, leadership. There will be opportunities for you to get involved. And yes, we have planned to develop future leaders for core data. So yes, there are a lot of objectives with this. Currently, there are 3 Core Data Connect co-chairs. One is me, the other 2 are unfortunately not here. But if you would like to connect with us, please contact us at this email and you can use that QR code and connect with us. And with this, thank you everyone. I would like to close the session over here. And yes. And I would like to hand the floor to the organizers.
Thank you, Pragna, for a very interactive and active session. In fact, like I'd like to quote like this. I hope you all had a very good session. Very good and fruitful discussions. Also, I could see like whatever questions she was asking, all were awake after the lunch. Also, I must appreciate all of you. So, on behalf of organizers, we would like, as a token of appreciation, I would like to invite convener and all the speakers on the dais and. Yeah. And after that, with all of you, then we can have a group photo inside only. Okay? Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.